Molo, molo, Khumalo, kunjani? Molweni.
Into the meeting today. It is not correct, this thing of giving you late the documents or presentations, because we need to familiarize ourselves. At the end of the day, we must. I'm not here to represent Tulan Kamet, and Abada also is not here to represent herself. All
Mhm.
of us as members, but at some point we need to familiarize ourselves with documents and then take a position that we also need guidance from our whips and all other senior leaders from our from where we come from, and also try, because you might find that I come to a meeting reporting a case that has came to me from my constituency when I was doing constituency work, only to find it is there, but I didn't find sufficient time to go through the documents itself. So it's better if they give you this information. You must tell them that I'm feeling pressure from community members, and we are very much correct when we want this thing to be given to us and be given sufficient time, because there are certain other documents that you have given us at night. Then we couldn't sleep. I slept at 2 because I need to familiarize myself with these documents. It
Okay, please raise it when the department is here so that they can be able
is
to give these
no.
documents on time. Can have a
Is
weekend to look at the documents.
is
But now, sorry, and sometimes they submit Good morning. Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the members and everybody in the platform.
Morning, Secretary.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Members.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Secretary, are we ready to start?
Yes, Chair, we are ready.
Okay, let me officially open the meeting and welcome everybody on the platform. Can we flight the agenda? And Secretary, there's somebody with 21809968. Do you know who this person is? Or the person can identify him or herself?
Good morning, Chairperson. It's Honorable Frenchman.
No, but yours is iPhone. There's
Yeah.
another one with
sorry.
9968. Who's this person? But if he or she doesn't identify him or herself, then you can remove that person from the platform. Secretary.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Ga-Rankuwa, Deputy Director, Management Accounting. Sorry, I'm new to Zoom. I was battling to unmute myself. Thank you.
Okay. This is the agenda, honorable members. Can we adopt the agenda? Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda?
I move to adopt the agenda, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Frenchman. Can I get a second?
I do, Chair. Itabe. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Itabe. Any alternative view? Nothing. Let's move to the third item. Apologies, Secretary.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members, and good morning to our guests and everybody in the platform. Chairperson, I received an apology from the acting MEC, Gauteng. She is not available for this meeting due to prior arrangements, and DM Mahamehlala is also not available, Chairperson, to attend the meeting. Thank you.
Chair, it's MEC Gauteng.
Yes, MEC.
Our apology, Chair. We thought the meeting is clashing with the other, so we realized your meeting was earlier. So I'm here on behalf of the province. Thank you very much. Our apologies for the miscommunication.
Thanks very much, and you are welcome, MEC. Honorable members.
There's a hand, Chair, from Mr. Daniel Moko.
DDG Molokome.
Chairperson. The HOD is doing interviews. I'm leading the delegations of officials. I use the word officials from Gauteng.
All right, but you are using two gadgets next to each other, DDG.
We are here. So it's muted.
Okay. If you can separate them.
Yeah, I will. I see. No, thanks, Chair. We have noted that challenge. Everybody has
Thanks
got his
very much.
own.
Honorable members, petitions are recognized as a way for the ordinary people in our country to address grievances or request action from their elected representatives at various levels of government, either national, provincial, and local. Grievances are a form of public participation in the democratic process, allowing individuals and groups to present their concerns and proposals to those in power, like we're doing today in this meeting. This is also provided for in Section 17 of the Constitution, which guarantees a person's right to petition. Furthermore, Section 56(8)(d) and 69(d) of the Constitution, read with the rules of Parliament, provide that the two houses of Parliament and their committees may receive petitions, representations, or submissions from any person or institution. It is in view of the above that today we're meeting to make follow-ups on the petitions, because we once engaged with the petitioners, and today, and at that time, we took resolutions. And today we want to make follow-ups with those petitioners. There are petitioners from Mawiga. There are petitioners Masinendane, PHP project, and petitioners Slovo Park, which will get a feedback as to how far away with these issues. Without any waste of time, honorable members, let me move on to the next item, which is item 5. And this item will be led by the National Department of Human Settlements, the Provincial Department of Human Settlement as represented by the MEC, and the City of Joburg. I don't know whether the MMC for Human Settlement in Joburg is here. I didn't see him.
Good morning, Chair. I'm in the meeting. My apologies. I've just connected.
Right. Okay. Thank you, MMC. Lungisi, thank you very much. Can I get comments from the National Department of Human Settlements, followed by the Gauteng Provincial Department of Human Settlement, then City of Joburg. And then we'll give an opportunity to members and they are on the platform to respond regarding the Slovo Park informal settlement. National Office. Who's the leader of the delegation, Secretary? I see.
Chairperson, I beg my apology. Just so that sorry, I'm driving now. I wasn't able to raise my hand, my Chairperson. Which Slovo Park are we talking about? I understand that there are two of them, the one where the explosion occurred and the one where petitioners addressed us. If there's only one, then perhaps if we could just be informed, because these being informal settlements, sometimes it's not an area that is well known to us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. In the main, we're referring to the Slovo Park where petitioners addressed us, but I think as the department and the city address us, they can also take us on board with regard to where there were some questions. Thanks very much. Honorable Magagula.
Good morning, Chair, and everybody in the platform. Chair, I think just to clarify the Slovos, the one which had explosion is in Ekurhuleni. This one is in Echowek. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Like I said, the MEC of Gauteng and even the National Department, when addressing this issue, they can just touch on the other one. Who's the leader of the delegation from the National Department?
Good morning, Chair.
Who's that? Os?
Chair, just to note that the Director General is struggling to connect. However, DDG Dumalisile and DDG Zama are on the platform, and they will help with leading the department. Thank you.
Struggling to connect. Secretary?
The DG has joined, Chair.
Or the DG has joined?
Yes.
DG, am I ambushing you?
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. My apologies. I have been given a Teams link that I was trying to utilize, and I've just received the Zoom one that I have managed to join with. Thank you very much. My apologies.
We are on item 5. I'm not sure whether I'm ambushing you because I'm calling for comments from National Department, which will be followed by comments from province and then City of Joburg.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. You are certainly not ambushing. The Slovo Park matter is a matter that the Chairperson and the committee had raised several times with us. And today we have asked the City of Johannesburg and Gauteng provincial government to give an update on how far we have gone relative to actualizing the concerns of the community in addressing the issues of the community. And without much ado, Chairperson, I would request that the presentation be made. We had given our own supplementary presentation as additional information to support the presentation to be made to this meeting. Thank you, Chairperson.
MEC, your comments?
Thank you very much, Chair. We have DTG Mulukume who will take us through the presentation. I hope he's able to load and speak to the presentation. Let me also welcome MMC Mlungisi from the city. We managed to consolidate the response. Chair, let me hand over to DDG. DDG, come in, please.
Thank you, MEC. Should we start presenting? If we start, I will allow our City of Joburg to present for consolidated presentation. But if they don't have, we still have our own MEC. But it's all still consolidated as well.
DDG, can you load the presentation, please? Load the presentation.
Okay. Thanks, MEC.
Are you loading the presentation?
Please remove the agenda, Secretary. DDG, we're in your hands. Can you load the presentation? DDG? If you are struggling, let's allow City of Joburg to present.
Yes, no thanks, City. That is.
Okay, continue. You are muted, DDG.
DDG, that's mine. Maybe if you can.
You are muted, DDG. MEC.
This one is Mawiga. We are loading the Slovo Park.
MMC Mulungise yakho ready. Can you load?
MEC, yes, our presentation is ready. I think ED and Upumla, the director responsible, can quickly load the presentation.
Yeah, lama Z83 titizela la.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Ga-Rankuwa, the Executive Director, Human Settlements in the City of Joburg. Indeed, we have a comprehensive presentation that we will do, and then the Director will take us through the work that we have done over the past few months on the undertakings of the development of Slovo Park. Pumla, over to you. Put it in what do you call? Presentation mode so that we can take the committee through the presentation. MMC, maybe you want to, what do you call, open remarks for the presentation before we start? Thank you.
Thank you, Edie. Good morning to all members of the committee, MEC and MMC. My name is Pumla Bafo-Ngumalo. I'm the director responsible for public housing programs within the City of Joburg. I will be taking you through the Slovo Park presentation, which is a consolidation of the work that is being implemented by both the city and the Provincial Department of Human Settlement. Is my presentation showing?
Yes, it's visible.
Yes, it is showing. Put it on the slide, so.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. The purpose of the presentation is to appraise the members of the committee on the interventions that are made towards the upgrading of the Slovo Park informal settlements. And just a bit of background, Slovo Park is located on properties that are owned by the City of Joburg, with only one property that remains in private hands. The properties were devolved by the Provincial Department of Human Settlements to the City of Joburg. And then we are dealing with a category B1 informal settlement in terms of the upgrading plan for the settlement, which means that we need to put in interim services and eventually upgrade the settlement in situ. It is in the City of Joburg's informal settlement upgrading
Slides are not moving.
Business plan. And the interventions are a multidisciplinary approach where we have both ourselves as the city and the Provincial Department of Human Settlement intervening in the upgrading of the settlement. And in front of what is projected now, it's the layout that has been developed as part of the upgrading of the settlement. And you will see on the left-hand side, just below the emblem of the Joburg and the Gauteng Department of Provincial Government, there is a signature here, which shows that this layout has been adopted by the community. It was signed by the representative of SPCDF, Mr. Lerato.
Ms. Ngumalo, your slides are not moving.
Can I continue, Chair? Okay.
Your slides are not moving.
Continue. Make sure that your slides are moving.
In terms of the interventions, we've got short to medium interventions. And we also have long-term interventions. As part of the short to medium-term interventions, we are providing interim services. We had electrification, which was done by the City of Joburg with the implementing agent being City Power. It has been complete. There were households that had not been electrified, and City Power has gone back to site.
Ms.
And those
Numalo, Ms. Numalo, your slides are not moving.
Okay. Is the layout showing?
We're still seeing the layout.
Okay, I've moved to interventions. Is it showing?
No.
Sorry, Chairperson. The person needs to put their slides in presentation mode.
Yes,
and
it
then
is in
scroll down.
presentation mode.
Then you have to scroll down
No,
from the top.
it is not in presentation mode. Please put it in presentation mode.
Can I stop sharing and then share again? Because it is moving on my side, Chair, if I may.
Let's do that.
Okay, is it showing now?
Yes. Can you move to the next slide, then we can see?
Yes, we are on interventions.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
But not in slide mode, in slide mode.
Okay.
Continue.
And short to medium term interventions, and as I had indicated, we had the electrification of households within the settlement. It was implemented by the City of Joburg, and the implementing agent was City Power, and it has been reported complete. There were issues that were raised on a few households that had not been electrified. City Power has gone back to electrify those households. And then in terms of water and sanitation, which is implemented by the City of Joburg, and we have Joburg Water as our implementing agent, who had previously over the years provided VIP and communal taps. And then, however, they are going back to put in water and sanitation, which will be of permanent in nature. And then we have the Provincial Department of Human Settlement coming in with the grading of access roads and also the refurbishment of the community hall. And we also have the City of Joburg coming in with the installation of solar masts, which will have CCTV cameras and Wi-Fi linked to it. And in terms of the long-term interventions, we, the City of Joburg, together with the Department of Human, the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements, are busy with the formalization of the settlement through submission of the township establishment application. This process was initiated by the Gauteng Department. However, they have since handed over the function to the City of Joburg. And we also have the city implementing permanent infrastructure, which will be done by Joburg Water, where they will be providing water and sanitation. And then in terms of progress on the water and sewer service installation, which is being implemented by Joburg Water, Joburg Water will be installing the permanent service. It's an LOS level 2 service standard, which can be easily upgraded to level 3 once the township has been established. We have received a quotation from Joburg Water. The total cost for both water and sanitation amounts to about 112 million. Then in terms of the status, most of the work has been completed. Your WULA and all your environmental authorization processes have been done. We are now at procurement stage with anticipated appointment of a contractor by the 15th of November, and Joburg Water is still busy with that. And construction commencement date is anticipated to be on the 1st of Feb 2026, and this is as per report received from Joburg Water on the 19th of June. So the project duration will take about 24 months. And then on the formalization, And in terms of community engagements, I think one of the concerns that were raised by the petitioners was the issue of the task team or the project steering committee that was not sitting. This has since been
Sinumalo,
Chair, can the
move your
present
slide, please. Your
presenter
slide that
move
is
the
moving.
Okay, not sure what the challenge is because it is moving on my side. I'm going to stop sharing again. My apologies for that, Chair, and then I will share. Is it showing now? I'm on formalization progress.
Yes, it's showing, but you are not on a slide mode.
Chairperson. Chair.
Yes, Honorable Betty.
There are so many slides. The presenter has gone through those slides, and then now we are on the third one. The last slide I saw it was that one of the long-term and short-term things. If she can just go back to those slides so that we can see what you are saying. Thank you.
Is it visible?
Yeah, I think there's a problem on your side.
Okay.
Kosi, don't you have this?
Can I help and do it from my side?
I can help.
Yeah, let's help. Can we remove that one?
Yes, I have.
Help, Kosi. Yes. Can you see the slide, Ms. Numalo?
Yes, I can see it, Chair.
We're on interventions.
Okay.
You'll direct her to move, or please direct her.
Should I go back to interventions? I think there was a request for me to go back to interventions.
She can move. She can move to another slide.
Let's move to the next slide.
You can move to the next slide. Move to the next slide. I think the presentation that is being projected it's not the updated one.
Yeah, Ranale Matata serious vandag. It's Friday, Chairperson, but you are aware for Friday meetings. There are challenges.
Do you have the updated one?
Is there someone that I can share it with quickly, Chair? I think it was shared. Just
Yes, if you were to Kosi. There's the email address of Kosi on the, check the messages. On the chat, check there. You see it?
I am sharing it. I've got the email address.
She's put an email address on the chat.
Okay. I have shared it. Kosi, if you can please check if you've received it.
Not yet, ma'am. I'm on my emails.
Chair, good morning. Can we move to another presentation, sort this thing out?
I think let's move to another one in the interest of time. Once City of Joburg is ready with the updated one, okay, there it is. Can you put it on slide mode? Mr. Opa Ngwane, can you put it on slide mode? Okay, let's continue. It's moving. Let's continue.
Edie, can you move to formalization progress? I had gone through this.
Formalization progress, Mr. Ngwane.
Yes, this is where I was. Apologies for that. Edie, can you please put it on slide mode?
It's on a slide mode from my side.
Sorry, presentation mode. So apologies.
Yes, it is, yeah, from my side.
It's on.
Should I proceed?
It's showing the slide.
Hey, then we have a problem. But is it moving?
We are on formalization. I'm not sure, Chair, if I can, if it's visible to everyone and I can proceed to save time.
Chairperson, I requested that we go back to that slide after the long-term and short-term interventions. Thank you.
All
Edie,
right.
can you go back 3 slides? I think 3 slides back, yes. On interventions.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm on the slide, yeah.
The second one, I start the slide after.
Let's continue. Yeah, let's start from here and continue.
Okay. Thank you.
I think the problem is when
Can I just say something? My hand has been up. Chair, morning.
Yes, Honorable Abada.
Sorry about this, Chair. We've all received the presentation, and I'm sure all of us have gone through it, and we do have it with us. So can we just move along? And I mean, we don't have to see it on our screens, and it is a virtual meeting as well. I think we're wasting time this way. We do have it's not like we don't have it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay, if you can please move to formalization where I left off. Thank you. As I was indicating, in terms of formalization, the process has been handed over to the city of Joburg. And one of the concerns that were raised by the petitioners, it was around the task team or the project steering committee no longer sitting. And I can confirm that the project steering committee has been resuscitated by the MMC, and meetings have been holding monthly since our last engagement. And the last meeting was held on the 7th of May, which was then followed by a public meeting. The meeting took place on the 17th of May. It was resolved at the meetings that the next meeting should sit once the city of Joburg has concluded the appointment of consultants, which we had indicated that they will be taking over the formalization process. So the meeting has not set to date. And however, if I can move to the town planning aspect, I can confirm that the city has appointed Joshko, and Joshko has completed the appointment of consultants. We were just waiting to conclude all our contractual documentation, and we anticipate to have the meeting to introduce the PRT that has been appointed in the next coming week. We're just waiting for a date in that regard. And then in terms of the activities that needed to also take place emanating from the public meeting that was held, the city needed to present the UISP allocation criteria, and this also will be presented at the meeting wherein we will be introducing the appointed consultants. And again, in terms of activities as part of the upgrading of the settlement, the installation of solar mast, we have concluded all our appointments with our group ICT, who will be assisting with the installation of solar mast within the settlement. Please move to the next slide. And then in terms of the grading of 6 kilometers of internal and access roads, which is implemented by the Provincial Department of Human Settlement, Chair, I just want to clarify that when I say an activity is implemented by either City of Joburg or province, they're not doing it on their own. It's a collective intervention. However, the budget sits with the sphere of government, but all the interventions are a collective intervention by the two spheres of government. So the Provincial Department of Human Settlement will be funding the grading of the 6 kilometers of internal and access roads. They have appointed the JRA in this regard. They've had several meetings with the JRA to look at the potential partnership. And to date, I can confirm that an SLA has been signed. It has been sent to the JRA, who is still going through the service level agreement. Next slide. And then in terms of the refurbishment of the Slovo Park, the department has explored the options available, and it was resolved that they need to construct a temporary structure that would be utilized by the community as a community hall, since there is no township proclamation on the site. And internal engagements have taken place between ourselves, the community, and the various departments that are going to be involved. And a meeting took place on the 7th of May with the land use management department of the city that provided us guidance in terms of how this temporary structure can be constructed and how we can actually obtain approvals. And there was a study tour to inspect a similar temporary structure. And this study tour was conducted by our officials, including the community members of Slovo Park. And then it was then followed by a meeting again with land use management, who have indicated what processes need to be done. And province is busy with the appointment of the PRT that will be assisting with the construction of the temporary structure, which will be used as a community hall. And on the 1st of July, the HOD has approved the appointment, and the team is currently busy finalizing all the necessary work in this regard. Can you move to the next slide, please? In terms of the way forward, we are waiting for JRA to sign off the SLA, And also the province is waiting for the gazetting of funds in order for the funds to be sent or transferred to the JRA, and which will then be followed by a project handover to the JRA. And then in terms of the community hall, province is finalizing the SCM processes for the appointment of the PRT. As I've indicated in the previous slide, that it has been approved by the HOD on the 1st of July. We just need to finalize all procurement processes, and then the finalization of the design will then commence once all contractual processes have been concluded with the appointed PRT, which will then lead to the appointment of a contractor who will then start working on the BOQ and the design of the temporary structure that needs to be approved. Next slide. And then the slide is basically showing the proposed development of Southern Farms. I will speak briefly to Southern Farms, Chair, because with the layout that was approved by the community and ourselves, it only accommodates a fraction of the households, meaning that the overflow will need to be relocated. So the city, together with province, has identified Southern Farms, which is in close proximity to the settlement, as the area which will accommodate the overflow. It is a development that is implemented by the city of Joburg together with JPC, wherein we've appointed ValueMax. And in the first year of the development, we anticipate to yield 337 service sites, with a total of 2,953 to be achieved within 3 years. And in terms of BNG walk-ups, we are going to yield 1,555 in the first year and 16,843 in the succeeding years. And in terms of FHF, or formerly known as FLISP, in the first year, we anticipate to yield 1,536 units, and there is a proposal of 2,109 rental units. Well, there will also be amenities or ancillary amenities like your school, your library, and your government offices within the development. Next slide. This just shows the 3-year phasing or township phasing of the development. It has various phases, as you would see with the color shading. The color shadings basically shows the different townships that will be established within this settlement, giving us the number of units that I have spoken to. Next slide. And then in terms of progress, I will just speak to where we are. We are now at construction phase. There was a delay with commencement of the project. However, I can confirm that construction has started, and the project progress is currently sitting at 10%. And the delivery of the first complete service stand was anticipated to be November, but due to the delay in construction, we have actually amended the date to next year, July. Thank you. Next slide. And then just to highlight the challenges or the key challenges that we are facing within this development, it's the lengthy process in the provision of the LOS2 for water and sanitation. I think I did speak to this earlier, that Joburg Water has been appointed, and the duration of that project is going to take 24 months. The department has partnered with GPF. We're trying to explore possible alternative sanitation solutions in the interim, and we are just concluding our appointment of GPF so that they can assist to check if we cannot actually in the interim look at alternative sanitation as a measure to remedy the situation, because we are aware of the state of the VIP toilets within the settlement, which needs to be attended to urgently. And then I think I spoke to the overflow, where I indicated that the total yield for in situ upgrading, it does not accommodate the entire community of Slovo Park. And as a mitigation, we have then proposed the relocation to Southern Farms. And then the last challenge that we are sitting with, it's the tracing of the privately owned land at the holding 497 Mansfield. And as a mitigation so that we do not delay the submission of the town planning applications, we are proposing the exclusion of that land parcel while we are busy tracing the landowner. And when the landowner has been found and we are in a position to acquire the land, we will then submit a different application for that particular property. And that brings me to the end of the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any addition, MMC? MMC, do you want to say something? MEC?
On our side, Honorable Chair, we are fine. The city has captured the work that is being done, and there's quite a lot of progress. It's just that I'm not sure, MMC, that are we done consulting on the overflow? Because the next thing people will be saying, "Uba notice from the southern farms, Slovo." If we can just sort that, but I'm sure the meeting of the 17th of July, Honorable Chair, will help come to a conclusion on the overflow. But thank you very much, Chairperson. Will allow yourselves and your members maybe if there are any clarity-seeking questions. Thank you.
Any comment from the National Department, DG, or your delegate? DG? Okay. Honorable members, there is a presentation. Let's interact with it. Honorable Ditebe, followed by Honorable Mpiti, followed by Honorable Kekakilwe, Honorable Magagula, in that order. Honorable Ditebe.
Chairperson, thank you very much. My request earlier was just to ask the presenters to say the acronyms out in full, because we may not be familiar with some of these acronyms to the extent that they may be limited, say, to the province itself. And because I'm traveling, my network may not be stable. But when are we expecting, Chair, that occupation will take place? And that's the first thing. And I've heard reference to the first home finance, which is good. But I'd like to know whether this would include the BNG units and other typologies. And if so, how much of each? And the last one, Chairperson, the type of sanitation that is referred to, is that now concluded? Has this been, for example, done with the assistance of the Water Research Commission, which I know has got such innovations, such technologies already? Thank you very much, Chairperson. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Numalo. I'm getting a message from Parliament that they request that you show your face, at least for their side, even if you can show it once if you have a problem of network, so that they are able to see. Ms. Numalo? Mr. Nkwani?
Chairperson, my hand is not up. I'm going to respond to a few questions that the members are raising.
Yeah, like I said, there's a request from Parliament that you just show your face Then if you have a problem of network, you can switch it off. Continue.
Okay. Noted, Chairperson. Should we not take the whole questions before we respond to them all? We have noted the first two questions. There's still a hand from Sipul, Luyolo, and Betty.
Don't share the meeting with me. Mr. Nkwane? Yeah, continue. You are muted.
Thank you very much. I'm going to respond to the first two questions that were raised. And the member, I raised a question about the number of units at the Southern Farm. My colleague Pumla did reflect to that. It's a multi-year project that we are undertaking in Southern Farms. So within the next 1 year, we're intending to develop about 337 service sites. We're intending to develop in partnership with ValueMax as the developer about 1,555 walk-ups, as well as the first-time homeowners. We're intending to develop 1,536 first-time homeowners. In fact, I like the question on the sanitation technology. The current sanitation that we're using in Slovo Park is the VIP, and I must concede that the communities are literally frowning at it. Every day they raise complaints about it. So we're wanting to explore the alternative sanitation technology, which is giving some dignity to the community. Indeed, we are exploring the options that the Water Research Commission has done. They have multiple typologies of alternative sanitation technology, and we're wanting to partner with GPF because they've implemented a few of these exercises together with the provincial government for the Human Settlements Department to explore and implement the alternative sanitation technology that is offering dignity and hygiene in an informal settlement, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Sorry, I'm just trying to be able to unmute to do my video. I hope I am, yeah, there we go. Happy Chairperson, can you see me?
Yes, I can see you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Chair, and a very good morning to honorable members and to the City of Johannesburg, the Provincial Human Settlement Department in Gauteng, and colleagues that are also here from the National Department. A very good morning. Chair, the story of Slovo Park is a story of broken promises, a story where multiple spheres of government have failed the people of Slovo Park. And this particular case is one that leaves a very sour taste in my mouth, particularly as a Joburg resident. Is an issue that has been long-standing since 2014, since Sarah took up this case on behalf of the community of Slovo Park. It is a story that has been long overdue. And what is unfortunate in what we're hearing in this presentation is further delays, further problems, further promises that are not met, further broken promises that are being made that have yet to be fulfilled. And the last time that the City of Johannesburg was before us, the timelines were very much different to what is being presented today. So this indicates to me that there continues to be a failure to deliver as promised. And I think it's quite shameful that we are listening to this presentation and there's been no changes. These points that are being made here are not victories. There's nothing to celebrate here, and I don't think we should be celebrating or welcoming anything here because these are issues that have been long-standing and the city has failed to deal with these issues. And so I just feel that when we don't take ownership of this particular issue, and we have not taken the community with us in this particular process, we've basically failed. This is an issue that has gone back from 2014 until 2016 when it appeared in court. And so I really think that we must just be very clear about that particular point. My second point would be, in all these updates and these developments that are yet to be to happen, what engagements have taken place with the community since the petition served to this portfolio committee? What has the city done to take the community with them on this particular process? And the fact that, if I do remember correctly, Chair, we were told that the first handover would happen in July of this year. That is my recollection of this particular meeting. And so I hear now that there would be a further delay, which would lead to next year, 2026. So what engagements have happened with the petitioners in regards to these developments and these delays in particular? And I don't think it's anything that we can really be proud about. I think it's something that we really need to look at and understand why we've gotten to this point after so many years, failing people over and over and over again. It remains in my eyes a broken promise, and it's quite sad that the people of Slovo Park have been denied what is espoused in our constitution in section 26. And we really need to do our best efforts to really make sure that we, one, respect the community of Slovo Park, but also respect the court decision of 2016. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. COJ? MMC?
Thank you very much, Chair. And greetings to yourself, the honorable members of the committee, the MEC, the DG, and all the colleagues that are in the meeting, the HOD and the ED of Johannesburg and the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements. Chair, I think one needs to indicate that there are constant engagements with the leadership and the residents, and I think in the previous engagement that we had with the committee, I did make an undertaking at the time that I will be the one to chair the tax team that deals with the issues of Slovo Park, and those meetings have been sitting. The public meeting was convened to take the residents on board of what we are planning to do and the activities that we'll be engaging on in terms of responding to the service delivery challenges and the development that the residents of Slovo Park have been seeking from government. But also, Chair, on Friday next week, which I think on Thursday next week, we will be meeting again, because in our previous encounter with the leadership and the residents, I had indicated that we are going to push for the appointment of the consultants for us to finalize the processes of township establishment processes, but also the implementation of the UISP as a whole. And that meeting is scheduled to take place next week, Thursday, where we'll be introducing the contractors. So all I'm trying to... Chair?
Sorry for that. I'm still getting a request that they request to you to show your face.
Oh, my apologies, Chair.
Yes. Thank you very much. Continue, please.
Okay. So the meeting next week, Chair, we will be introducing the consultants that we have appointed already which will assist us to initiate the processes of the UISP and all the other work that we need to engage on in terms of establishing the township in Slovo Park. So there are constant engagements and public meetings are convened, and there are timelines that have been set, and I think the presentation alluded to that fact as well. Johannesburg Water was also appointed. There are commitments that the provincial government has made. Even yesterday, in preparation for the next week meeting, we are compiling our own report so that we are able to present the progress that we have made, emanating from the engagements of our previous encounter with the residents and the leadership of Slovo Park. So we are engaging. So I wanted to respond, Chair, because I'm the one who's chairing and who's leading those particular engagements with the residents and the leadership of Slovo Park. So if there are any technical responses that must be provided from the comments that were made by the Honorable Mpiti, I will allow the ED to come in so that he provide responses to those comments. Thank you very much.
Thanks, NMC. You have covered the comments and the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kakakilwe.
Thank you, Chair, and let me greet all the honorable members, MEC and the delegation, City of Tshwane and Gauteng, and all the delegations and our support staff. Chair, let me first welcome the report and acknowledge the work presented or done by Gauteng, provided it is the true reflection. We are not always in Gauteng. Firstly, we need to go and see exactly what is happening, because what is from Honorable Mpiti, it's like nothing is happening. But from the presentation, I welcome the work done thus far. I only have two questions, Chair. The first one is with regard to the signing of service level agreement with the JRA. Because according to the presentation, the service level agreement was given to JRA on the 22nd of May, and it is not yet returned, it's still being considered by JRA. How does it take more than a month for somebody who is running a business to sign up a memorandum of understanding? And did the Gauteng follow up with the JRA as to what are the challenges? Why are they not signing the service level agreement submitted to them? And then the issue of the meeting, I think it has been covered, but what I wanted to know is what was the reaction of the community members regarding these delays? And then the other thing is with the approval of the adjusted business plan. The presentation indicated that the adjusted business plan needs to be approved. And it also indicated that if the business plan is not approved, the gazetting of the fund is not going to happen. So how long will it take for the business plan to be approved so that the gazetting of the funds can be approved? Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get a response from both COJ and the provincial department?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think I will take one question, Chair, on the mood or the response from the public. And I think it's common cause that when there are delays in the development of any community of the lack of delivery in terms of service delivery. There will be frustrations on the ground, but what they had appreciated is the initiatives and the processes that we have taken to mitigate all those challenges, because we did indicate to the residents that we acknowledge that there were commitments that were taken previously. Even the tax team was not sitting, but we have since dealt with that, and we presented to them the interventions that we have deployed to mitigate all those shortcomings. And we did indicate to them that after we finalized the appointment of the consultants, we will convene another public meeting where we will then outline the series of activities that will be engaged on in terms of these processes. And I think we are all acquainted with the UISP, that it also dictates that each and every activity that we embark on in terms of the formalization and the upgrading of informal settlements, there ought to be constant consultation and engagement with the affected residents. So we are going to align ourselves with those processes. We've got program manager that also assist us to comply with each and every section of the UISP as a policy. So those things were presented to the residents to try and alleviate the fear and the frustration that they've been having, especially around the non-response of government in terms of the development of Slovo Park. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Provincial Department.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'll allow TDG Mulukume to respond. And Chair, maybe let me forward my apology. I would have thought by now we'll be done dealing with Gauteng. I have to get into another portfolio committee meeting, which started at 10. My apologies, but the officials will remain in the meeting, Chair. Thank you very much and have a blessed day.
Thank you very much, MEC. Enjoy the rest of your day. DDG Mulukume.
No, thanks, Chair. My DDG for human settlement is handling it.
Good morning.
Your face, please.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. My name is Pumzile Masego Sipuri, DDG for implementation. I'm not sure if my camera is on, Chair, but I can go ahead and respond to the two questions. The first one on GRA, how long do they take? I think we have been following up with them, and the contract had some amendments that had to be done between us and the project managers. It is now at their legal section for certification to allow their accounting officer to sign it off. And in terms of our business plan was approved, Chair, on the second question. However, the retabling of the budget by Minister Godongwane has led to the DORA Act still to be enacted. So we are waiting for the enactment of DORA, without which we are not allowed to transfer any funds to any implementing agent. We have got indication from our national department that this will happen between the month of August, July and August, after which then all processes will return to normal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DDG. Honorable Abada. Honorable Abada.
Sorry, Chair, I just had to step out. I'm in at Parliament as well.
Camera,
okay,
please.
thank you. Thank you, Chair. Okay, so good morning
Show
to
your face.
oh, sorry. Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay. Can I go
Continue.
off now?
Yes, continue.
Okay. Good morning to all delegation, chair and honorable members. Thank you for the presentation. But you've been engaging Slovo for a decade now. What's the department's explanation for why 3,700 households still lack formal tenure and basic services in 2025? What consequences, if any, have officials faced for repeated delays, and what mechanisms exist to enforce accountability within the department? Will the department commit to a public, time-bound action plan for Slovo Park? And what oversight role can this committee play in monitoring its execution? What the people of Slovo Park are still waiting for is delivery. As public representatives, we have a duty to convert plans into outcomes. With respect, if this is the same status as last year, then what exactly has changed? Intentions are not impact. When will the residents experience improvement? This committee needs quarterly delivery reports, not just annual presentations. I suggest a site visit to Slovo Park to see whether these interventions are real on the ground. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Yes, an oversight will be done. A site visit will be done by the portfolio committee. We'll process it. Thank you for the suggestion. Can we have responses from the department and COJ? DDG Maseko? Okay. Come in, MMC.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, we even in the previous engagement that we held with the portfolio committee, we did acknowledge the delays in terms of the implementation of our programs, but also the non-respond on the court order. And that's why we made these commitments that we are implementing now. And in the previous engagement, also, Chair, we did indicate that the land was under the ownership of the provincial government at the time, and they had appointed the consultants while the city of Johannesburg was also doing its own activities. So there was no coordination at the time in terms of execution of the work that we were doing there. And that's why we had to sit down and realign after we had made those commitments with the MEC in this meeting of the portfolio committee. So to respond to the honorable member, will be to say we acknowledge the delays and the frustrations, and we are working towards addressing that, and that's why we are moving with speed in terms of implementing the work that we had committed to the residents of Slovo Park, and the coordination has also been addressed, and that's why we had this joint presentation with the provincial government. Is because we are now working together. We all sit in the same tax team together with the leadership of Slovo Park. So that coordination has been attended to. So we are not now working in a fragmented way. We have coordinated ourselves, and we are together in the implementation. So that will be my response. Chairperson, on the concerns that have been raised by the honorable member.
DG Maseko.
Thank you, Chair. The MMC has covered us. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much. Honorable Poole.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everybody on the platform. Chair, really is really a sad day. It's deeply disappointing to receive what is essentially a copy and paste presentation regarding the Slovo community. A community, according to me, that has been waiting since 2014 for even the faintest glimmer of hope, yet continues to sit in the darkness. Chairperson, how many parliamentary terms, including ours, must pass before this community sees the real progress? How long must the people of the Slovo wait while the government repeats plans instead of delivering results? And lastly, Chair, what is the new mechanisms and consequence management that goes along with it put in place to deal with this long waiting for an opportunity for Slovo's community almost 30 years ago? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Departments in COG. I don't know who's answering. MMC.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, as I've indicated that we have acknowledged the delays, Chair, and there are interventions that we have put in place. And what we'll also appreciate, Chair, is the oversight visit by the portfolio committee, so that at least they are able to see the work that we are doing, and also engage with the residents and the leaders in the space, for them maybe not to say to confirm, but to attest to the engagements and the work that we have commenced to do on the ground. Well, Chair, I might not be in the position to respond on the issues of consequence management, because when we commenced our processes and engagements in response to the court order and the challenges and the issues that were raised by the portfolio committee and the residents of Slovo Park, our focus was more on devising plans and strategies on mitigating those issues that were raised. And our focus has always been on that. But I think the HOD, if she's in the meeting, and the ED, they might talk to the issues of consequence management in that regard. But myself and the MEC, our focus has always been making sure that the commitments are honored, development is realized, and engagements with the residents and the leaders happened as we had committed to the portfolio committee. But Chair, what I can confirm is that the work is being done. Consultants have been appointed. Johannesburg Water is finalizing its processes, and the provincial government is also finalizing its processes through JRA. But also there is an issue or the commitment that we had made to the residents of also installing the other solar high mast, and we are also finalizing those processes internally, because we are using our our entity in the city of Johannesburg. So there's a lot of work that we are doing in response to the issues that should have been attended a long time ago, acknowledging the delays and acknowledging that we have not been responsive to the court order. It had compelled us to commence the development of the area. And I think in the presentation you would have seen that there is also a mega development that we had introduced, which is also going to assist us to accommodate, especially those that will not be accommodated within the layout of Slovo Park. So those work were introduced for us to respond to the delays, so that at least we are able to deal with the frustrations. So we acknowledge, Chair, that there have been delays, but these interventions that we are putting in place, we are working towards mitigating those delays. So if the acting ED and the HOD, if the HOD is in the meeting, they can also talk to the issues of consequence management in that regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MMC. Mr. Nkwani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. You know, on the plans that were accelerating related to consequences, one has realized that indeed the project governance and capacity has been unreasonably weak within the department. As the MMC has indicated, we have since appointed a program management capacity to strengthen our program governance, program management, reporting, and entire project planning and implementation. So as part of strengthening our interventions, that's exactly what we are advancing, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Executive Director, ED, MMC wants you to say something. Seemingly is not in the meeting. Honorable Gamede.
Chair, the ED has responded.
Okay, it's Mr. Nkwani.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much. My apologies for that. Honorable Gamede.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. First of all, I would like to greet all the honorable members, my fellow colleagues, our assistant from the department, the parliament's team. Greetings to the department led by the DG. Chairperson, one would like to appreciate the proactive approach of conducting a study tour to Mamelo to inspect a similar temporary structure for the Slovo Park. I'm sorry, Chairperson. For the Slovo Park Community Hall, and involving community representatives in the visit is also commendable step towards ensuring community buy-in and validating the process solution. This report for Slovo Park details delays in both the signing of the SLA and with DRA for road grading and the gazetting of funds due to pending enactment of the budget. What specific actions are being taken to expedite these financial and legal prerequisites, and what contingency plans are in place if these issues are not resolved promptly to avoid further delays in project implementation? The last one, Chairperson, the Slovo Park Community Hall, a temporary structure is being pursued because the township is not proclaimed. What is the long-term strategy and timelines for the formal proclamation of the Slovo Park informal settlement? And as this seems to be a foundational issue impacting permanent infrastructure development. Chairperson, I just want to raise this, and I think it's important that I raise this in the presence of the DG. DG, there is something that keeps happening Our secretary, Usis Cole, is doing her work very well, but we find ourselves familiarizing with these documents on the 11th hour. We keep receiving, we receive some of the presentation from all the stakeholders last night, others we've received this morning. That thing is not good, because we need to familiarize ourselves, and we need to also take a position, because we've got our constituents. So we are representing our constituents. I'm not here as Tulan Kamete, but I'm here representing my own constituents. And also, at some point, I've once mentioned this, with regards to when it comes to our organizations, we also seek guidance from our organization, from our respective organizations. So please work on that one, because it's not right at all. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. MMC.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, the monitoring tool was devised through the monthly meetings that we convened to track progress and also monitor the implementation on the ground. So when there are when we encounter challenges, when there are hindrances identified, we are able to intervene there and there on the spot, because we now have a tax team that sits monthly. And that's how we are monitoring now the performance. Even the timelines are developed through these engagements, and we monitor these timelines through our engagements in these tax teams. The consultants that have been appointed, they are also to deal with the town planning processes, so that we are able to proclaim. It was agreed that while waiting for the proclamation for the province to construct a permanent hall, a temporal structure will be installed, so that at least in the meantime, there is an interim intervention that is deployed in response to the request of a community hall. But the colleagues, they will respond to technical processes around the township establishment process, and what then going to be a permanent solution after the township has been proclaimed, with regards to the construction of a permanent community hall. Because we had agreed that we will have interim intervention while we are embarking on the process of proclaiming the townships. But after we have proclaimed the township, then that's where some of the permanent structures will then be constructed, so that we dispose of all those issues that they've raised with us, especially around the request that they've made in terms of the social amenities within the settlement itself. But I think the DTG and the ED can maybe elaborate further in terms of those technical processes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MMC. Pumla, can you take us through the proclamation processes and appointment of consultants as presented earlier?
Pumla?
My apologies, I was trying to switch on my video. Thank you, Edie. In terms of the formalization of the township proclamation process, it is a process that can actually take up to 2 years. However, with the involvement that from our development planning, they have committed to fast-tracking the process, and unfortunately, some of the stages of that process cannot be bypassed, as they are legislated, like issues of advertising the township, issues of circulating the township, and subjecting the township to other legislations like your environmental impact studies, and also your traffic impact studies and other requirements. So we are trying by all means to have it short ticketed to at least to take a year. And once it has been approved, this is the only time that all permanent infrastructure, permanent structures can be assessed by building control, which is also a legislated process. So some of the delays are not intentional delays, but they are legislated processes that we need to follow. And we have also fast-tracked the appointment of the consultants. So as soon as consultants have been introduced in the meeting that is proposed for next week, Thursday, we will then be having a meeting with the community to start the process of submission, because the same application by law needs to be circulated to the community. So at least when we engage with the community, it then shortens the process of objections and so on from the same community. And then in terms of the temporal structure, the structure that is going to be constructed, it is going to be constructed on a property that is already earmarked for a community center. So it's going to be very easy to then convert it to a permanent structure once the township has been proclaimed. Thank you.
Thank you. DDG?
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I think Pumla has covered me. While the legislative processes are going on, like Pumla has mentioned, we have to respond to the requests of the community, hence the move to an alternative technology structure. So it can be converted into a permanent structure. It's a steel frame structure with a roof and partitioning inside. So it's not like where once the township is proclaimed, the structure will have to be developed, but it can still be, if well maintained, it can last a lifetime, but you can also enhance it later on with brick and mortar just to fortify it. So it is not going to be something that is brought down when the township is formalized, but the community will continue using it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. The last one, Honorable Ditebe. Maybe before Honorable Ditebe comes in, Secretary, do we have petitioners from Slovo Park here?
No, Chairperson, they said they are unable to join.
Hello? Secretary?
They said they are unable to join the meeting today, Chair, but they will wait for the report, the report from myself. Thanks, Chair.
All right. Honorable Ditebe.
Thank you, Chairperson. I don't know if you can see me.
Yes, we can see you.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, once again, greetings to you, to the colleagues, to all the invited guests from our National Department of Human Settlements, Gauteng, Breede, Johannesburg, and indeed our very supportive staff from the Portfolio Committee. Chairperson, with the answer that we received from the other presenter on the legislative requirements and compliance with those pieces of legislation, it seems to me that one of the things that we might want to do as a committee is perhaps in line with the Operation Vulindlela, consult with all other affected departments so that in respect of the human settlements sector, we can look at the bottlenecks and other blockages that may very well be there, which in future will negatively impact this kind of development. We do know that in metropolitan areas, there are very large informal settlements, and I want to propose emphatically that we do that. because we've heard also with respect to the title deeds that relate to the pre-1994 housing stock, where there's a requirement for synergies, linkages, collaborations between human settlements and the rural development department. So I want to propose that we do that, because there may very well be instances where we think that there are deliberate frustrations that are being exacted against communities, when in fact the challenge may very well be with us not effecting the necessary reforms. That's the first thing. The second one, Chairperson, you know, there is a popular idiom: put your money where your mouth is. Put your money where your mouth is. And I think today, Chairperson, it applies in full measure to us as members of Parliament in this portfolio committee, in the following sense, Chairperson. We had a debate on budget 33, which is that of human settlement, which we know that in that particular portfolio, rather debate on budget for 33, 2.7 billion rand, I think, and 4.7 is for metros, and 4.7 billion rand is for provinces in respect of the upgrade of informal settlements. And what happened? With the exception of the ANC and the NCC, all other parties simply opposed this. But ironically, these are the very parties that bemoan the delays. We've also heard in this very presentation that the officials are awaiting the actual enactment of the division of revenue. We know we cannot appropriate money here in Parliament without us doing that through legal means. Ironically, the same parties will be the first ones to cry corruption and this, that, and the other. Let me make it very clear. On behalf of the ANC, we will not brook any malfeasance or corruption, but we must not allow a situation where people are cognitively dissonant and hypocritical to a point where they will do one thing and say that they stand on behalf of the people, while doing yet another to frustrate exactly that which they purport to stand for. So it is very important for members to understand the full impact of the elections. I am in no position to command anybody who is not a member of our party to vote for this, but they should understand that to the extent that Section 1D, which is the founding values of the Constitution, says that there will be a multi-party system of government that is responsive, that is accountable, that is transparent, that it behoves them as well to act in the interests of the people they purport to represent in Parliament. So this is not an argument against the Electoral Act 73 of 1998 or of 2000 with regards to local government elections. I am just saying that while we may be playing politics, simply wanting to show that we can simply oppose this at a time like this, on behalf of people that we purport to represent, again, in terms of Section 1D of the Constitution, we must understand the full impact of our actions. And that is what I want to say. But to say lastly, that we are heartened by the report that the Project Steering Committee has been resuscitated, and that from now onwards, every box will be ticked in order to ensure that, Chairperson, that there is compliance. But while in respect of reforms, we may not be able to do that, to achieve that in the short term, we might have to look at situations where the relevant executive authority may otherwise not be asked to override some of these processes where such power discretionary power is applicable in respect of that particular executive authority, with all of the challenges and the hoops and hurdles that have been mentioned in respect of compliance. But once again, Chairperson, a very important lesson. Put your money where your mouth is. Don't say one thing and do yet another, and then come and complain that since 2014 people have not had houses, etc. We must understand, we are not absolved as individual parties in this parliament if our actions have the effect of frustrating the very people, constituencies that we purport to represent. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Poole.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, is exactly, and I want to comment on what Member Ditabe has said. One debate cannot be the excuse for 30 years before for people, a community in Slovo not having a house. And that is unfair. And that's why I'm asking you, Chair, how many parliamentary terms, including ours, must pass before this community sees real progress? And that is not a political question, but is a question feeling for the people of Slovo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure, MMC, if you have your last words as a leader of the delegation from COJ on this matter.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I will thank the committee for the oversight that the committee is doing on this matter. And I believe, Chair, that the collaboration is imperative, so that we are able to respond. We will continue, Chair, as we have made that undertaking in the previous encounter. We will continue to engage with the residents and the leadership of Slovo. The meetings will continue to sit. Chair, we are going to drive this program towards completion. We know, Chair, that challenges will be there, but we will work towards overcoming them. The DG is in constant engagement with Johannesburg on the number of issues and the challenges that we are encountering. We are working very closely with the provincial government. We are in constant engagement with the MEC. So, Chair, we presume that by the time you conduct the oversight, even some of the other matters would have been finalized by then. And by the time you ask for a progress report, I think we'll also be in a position to provide that report to the committee. But we really appreciate the work, Chair, that you are doing and the portfolio committee to hold us accountable on the work that we must be, that we should do as the City of Johannesburg and the provincial government in response to the issues of service delivery at Slovo Park. Chair, I know for a fact that in Johannesburg, we've got more than 352 informal settlements. We are working on 69 that we are currently formalizing. So the cry and the complaints in other informal settlements is there. But because we are working with what we have at our disposal, we are going to make sure that each and every cent that is deployed is able to improve the living condition of our residents. But we really appreciate this engagement, Chair. And we also appreciate the oversight that the portfolio committee is doing on this matter. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, the MEC has left. Maybe I should give the DDG Molokomes, the leader of delegation, your parting words on this item.
Okay. Am I audible? I don't see
yes,
my
you
picture.
are.
I can see it's up there. You can see me up there with the specs. Yeah, thanks, Chair. I appreciate the fact that the meeting has realized that the informal settlement upgrade, in terms of the national directive, it is the responsibilities of metros. We as the province, we do that work for the districts. But in any case, as EDS indicated and PUMLA, we support where it's needed. But for the moment, Chair, I'm happy because when we started, I was panicking what is happening. But then now at the end, I feel that we are able to give a message to the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. EG?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think the MMC has closed it. Thank you.
EG?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Just to indicate that as the report has presented, we'll continue to work closely with both Gauteng as well as the city with a view of monitoring the. We have made sure that the requisite resources to roll out the project are included within the business plans of both province and city, and to make sure that the city provides adequately for the rollout in the phases that have been presented. So we will continuously monitor, Chair, and remain accountable to the committee. We have had the committee loud and clear. The last time we were here, the issues around financing were some of the key issues we were concerned about. And since then, we can attest to the fact that there has been resources made available to start with the rollout of the project. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much to especially COJ, led by the MMC. I think since our last meeting to today, there is a bit of progress and there's hope that things will be fine. We understand the constraints, but we should not just sit on our laurels. Let's try to think out of the box and see how we can assist our communities. We will definitely do, and we'll definitely visit the site as part of our oversight responsibilities. And we hope by that time we'll see even more progress. Thank you very much. MMC and your delegation, COJ, you are released if you want to leave. Let's move to Mawiga. Mawiga.
Yes, Chair, the Chief Director responsible is going to present. I saw it before now. I think it will come back. I saw it on the screen before. Mr. Ntebe, I hope you're loading that.
Mr. Mutembu.
Ngoto Ntebe, there is he. He's the Chief Director.
Director,
thank you so much, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Our delegation is led by DDG Molokome.
Colleagues, Secretariat, the report we are going to be presenting was uploaded by yourself earlier. If you could assist, just so that I can take the honorable committee through.
Yes, you're right. Now you can upload it for comment side. Thank you.
Kosi, can you assist?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Secretariat. Chair, if we could just have it on a slide mode, Kosi. Thank you so much. Chair, and maybe I must greet the DG. Thank you so much for allowing us to present this report. Chair, will be covering these 3 areas of focus. If we go to the next slide, Secretariat. Chair, we are having a working team led by myself, between ourselves, the city, and when there's a need, we also rope in the team as led by the DG from National for assistance. And we had a joint process of making sure that we attend to issues that are either crossing through the department at the provincial level and the city. And Chair, the petition includes the 2 petitioners, Mesepeng and Meli Dingwani, which we are trying and moving with the necessary speed to ensure that we attend to the issues that are raised and impacting on them. Secretariat, just go back to the... Yes. So, Chair, we want to report that the city of Tshwane has identified the stands and as the first remedy of making sure that we attend to the petitioners' matters that were raised by the committee. And these stands were offered to the petitioners, both Mesepeng and Meli Dingwani. And at the stage where we are, we would just wait for the procurement and construction, the actual construction to commence. And the 2 petitioners, once that is completed, will be allocated by the Joint Allocation Committee, which I have the pleasure to lead. Next slide. Chair, here we are just going to give a summation of the work that we have done so far. The petitioners on the 10th of April 2025, the city was leading an in-loco inspection. We were part of it. We also made sure that our colleagues at the national level under the guidance and leadership of the DG were properly briefed so that if there's a need, they could come and join us. And we did an in-loco inspection. The petitioners were offered the stands. I would want to take the honorable committee through. Insofar as Mesepeng is concerned, R469 in Saberberg was identified for Mesepeng and confirmed and agreed by the petitioner. What we are now at the stage where we are now is that once procurement is concluded and actual construction have started, we will then make sure that the unit is then built and the Joint Allocation Committee will then allocate. But in terms of our own approval, Honorable Chair, my apologies, Chair. I don't know which side is the noise coming from.
Who's that?
It's me, Chair, but the noise is not coming from my side. I'm not sure who's having the mic open.
Okay.
Yeah, my apologies, Chair. My apologies.
All right.
So Chair, the Mesepeng will be linked to a project which is called Lady Selborne, so that the scope of the work will then include a unit for Mesepeng. For Meli Dingwani, the city of Tshwane identified 2 stands, which is RF 124.9 and 120.50. They are on the same place. They are just, just gonna measure them. The city is ready and have already done the necessary work in terms of that. The unit will be included under the work of scope of Mabopane Extension 1. So Chair, here we have 2 projects. The other one, Yahan Mesepeng, will be Lady Selborne, and the other one, Area Tachang, Meli Dingwani 2, will be Mabopane Extension 1. Both units, Chair, for Mesepeng and Meli Dingwani will be at the military veterans quantum size. So we are now approving, and we have already approved one. In the next slide, I will indicate that we are approving units that are slightly bigger at a military quantum size because we want to make sure that we respond accordingly to the petition. Both units, Chair, will be in situ, meaning that they will be built on the stands that are identified, agreed to, with the petitioners on top. Next slide, Secretariat. Chair, insofar as Mabopane is concerned, we are waiting for the project procurement process to reach finality, and then the city will then commence. We have, as I indicated, Chair, earlier, we have the working team, which I have the pleasure to lead, which is now dealing with the administrative issues, and this is the report that I'm presenting to you of the work that has already been done. So we have allocated ourselves different roles, and the city is dealing with the subsidy application. Once they have done that, they will then send the necessary documentation to the team that we lead at the province for approval, so that we can then attach Mabopane to the project as identified on the system. The project team, which is part of the working team, will then make sure that in their construction, the contractor appointed will prioritize the building of the unit in the stand agreed to by the petitioners. The Joint Allocation Committee chaired by myself will then set process according to the policy provision, the allocation. Chair, once this is done, we will then do a closeout report for the consideration by your August committee to consider the petition resolved. And the honorable committee that you have the pleasure to lead will then guide us further. Chair, we want to report that construction of the top structure is planned to commence in the next financial year once procurement has been resolved and all other issues are aligned. Insofar as Melidingwane is concerned, Honorable Chair, the approval is completed. This means that already the issue of the city to process the subsidy approval has been done. They then send the necessary documentation to our team. The team that I lead has now approved. We have linked successfully Melidingwane to the project as identified in the system. And once the building is completed, the Joint Allocation Committee will then allocate accordingly and do the closeout report. Similarly, the construction of the top structure will commence in the next financial year once procurement issues are resolved, Chair. Chair, we want to report that this matter is so high in some of the priority list by both the accounting officer and the executive authority. And we want to report that HOD is tracking this through regular senior management meetings, which I am responsible to report for, and it's a standing agenda item. It is also a standing agenda item in the IGR meetings that are chaired by the MEC, and we are tracking this until we can then reach finality, prepare the necessary closeout reports for the two, and then be able to send back to you. Chair, the report before you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Is there any addition from the head of delegation, DDG? Are you fine?
Chair, compared to the last accounting on this matter, I'm happy, satisfied of the progress. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. DG, are you fine?
Chair, thank you very much. On the matters of the two, which are handled by Tshwane, just to indicate, Chairperson, that we are in a position to report that, if you recall, last time we were struggling with finding clarity relative to matters of land and getting stands that are suitable and that are are allowed. However, we are now able to report progress to indicate that the stands have been viewed, have been accepted, and even more importantly, the next step was to find projects to which are existing so that the procurement processes are faster and that we are able to ensure that they are provided with houses timeously. And so we needed to link them to existing projects, and as the province reports, that has since been done, and the two projects have been identified, and those have been linked to that one military veterans level. So that is where we are, Chairperson. We're making progress, and I think even now the beneficiaries are beginning to acknowledge that some progress is being registered. Thank you, Chair. Of course, the Northwest will report on the other two petitioners as well. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Let's finalize on this one. Is there a question? I think the report is very clear, honorable members. Honorable Kilo and Honorable Pool, quickly.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Chair, let me acknowledge, but I'm not impressed about the report. I'm just so disappointed. When we were in Pretoria, the time frames were given. But based on what we are seeing now, the in-loco was only done in April 2025. So I have a challenge that this matter is not being taken serious. It is very, very, very slow. I think it's going to take more than 10 years. Even the deadlines that they are written there, I don't think they are going to reach them. It's like we are playing chair. We cannot be having meetings for something, but we don't see what we have done. By now, I am expecting that and the rest of the petitioners, they are supposed to be having the houses, not to be told that they are still going to get the title deeds and all those things. And I only have a question, but I'm disappointed, Chairperson, to be honest, with the progress made. I'm not impressed at all. And then the issue, the procurement process, especially when it comes to Mabopane, it is said it is still going to be finalized. By when? We need time frame. And then the other thing is with regard to the application, the city has to approve. When is the application going to be approved? Those are my two concerns, Chair, but really I am disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pool.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, yes, I want to echo the former member. I'm also really disappointed. But without making any political statements and echo past failures, let me go straight to my questions. Can the department name the official or unit responsible for finalizing each of the 4 petitions, if there is any, so that we know who to hold accountable? What is preventing the department from closing these cases if investigations and decisions have already been concluded? Questions on the political will. Given the age of some of these petitions, can the department explain why they keep appearing on the committee agendas without resolution? 2, is there any political or administrative reason why the department appears unwilling to bring finality to these petitions? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can we have responses from the departments, both national DG?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. We are not pleased that the committee members are not pleased with the progress registered this far. We do note the concerns of the committee members and their disappointment at this, but we also need to highlight that if we look at the last report we tabled here, where we were struggling with the issue of finding suitable sites in the locations that the beneficiaries had actually chosen. And there was an issue of a back and forth relating to the sites identified, and some of them were found to be public open spaces, and there were encumbrances on some of them that required rezoning and all of that. And the committee directed that we find land and we find those stands quickly, and that we also find projects to ensure that the stands will be linked to the projects wherein delivery of housing could then happen faster. Chairperson, since then, indeed, the stands were identified, and no wonder the inspection in loco could only happen in April after this was identified, the new stands were identified. We must also recall that this was not the first inspection in loco. There were several linked to the sites that were identified earlier and which were then found later that they are unsuitable for one reason or the other. And because of that, this was just but the latest of the inspection in loco to determine suitability and acceptability on the part of the beneficiaries. And accordingly, that has been done. And since then, the work of finding projects and willing contractors that would accept that the projects be included within the scope of the work that have been identified needed to be done. However, we must accept that post that process, there are municipal processes and necessary approvals. Honorable Poole is asking for a definite deadline as to when would the necessary approvals be granted for all of this. We all know that we can't flout the rules of councils when we come to this. Yes, we also can impress upon councils to move speedily in resolving what is essentially identified as priorities. But given all of these considerations, I think perhaps Tshwane would be in a better position to respond to the question of the final deadline as to when all approvals should have been granted. But nevertheless, we also make a point that says on our part, when it comes to the two beneficiaries, I think we have made tremendous progress since the last meeting we have had, wherein the committee expressed disappointment with the slow pace. And I think that we have picked up pace since being able to confirm land parcels and stands, and being able to then confirm projects. We are confident that we should move relatively faster with the certainty that these two key critical success factors have brought and thrusted onto the project. And we requested, we know it has taken some time, but we do request that the committee note the progress we have made this far, and that we would indeed meet the deadlines we have set for ourselves, of course, relative to the responses that will be given as to the final date for approvals that will be granted in this regard. And there has been a lot of interdependencies. We come from far. Since the meeting of Tshwane that Honorable Ga-Rankuwa points out to, you would recall that we had not been at one about the size of stands, the plans, and all of that. And as you can even see in the case of one beneficiary, we're actually combining two stands so that we bring satisfaction to them. And we also are trying to push the envelope within the confines of existing policy strictures that we are faced up with. And our attempt has been really at trying to consolidate all of the interest and balance them and be able to deliver on what we had committed to. We know that we would never be able to totally meet the requirements the beneficiaries want, but within the confines of the existing policies of the day, we should be able to stretch where we could. And that is why we have also confirmed the specification for military veterans for both the two beneficiaries under discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone from Tshwane? Nobody from Tshwane.
Sorry, Chair, I am here. Zoom doesn't work too well in the city, so it's quite delayed. Good afternoon and good morning and good morning to the colleagues. Yes, the subsidy application for Mabopane was submitted to the regional office at the beginning of June. After the sites were provided. I was informed from the regional office, the provincial regional office, that they were going to hold on to it until they were doing the subsidy applications for the Cederberg project. I will undertake to follow up with province to see where the subsidy forms are and to advise accordingly. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Madam Thring, are you able to send the response to the Secretary of the Portfolio Committee by next week, Friday?
We'll do so right away, Chair. Thanks.
Please note it, Secretary, and make a necessary follow-up. Honorable Dithebe.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I'm in a public place here. I'll just show my face momentarily and then switch off thereafter. Chairperson, thank you very much. I appreciate the explanation that has been given so far as to why the delays have been there. And saying so, Chairperson, in no way is it a justification for the delay, but only an appreciation of the complexity of this whole process, to the extent that there are factors beyond the control of either the national department or the provincial department. Insofar as, Chairperson, this obviously straddles the three spheres, and all the time, in as much as the Constitution says that the three spheres are distinct, interdependent, and interrelated. We may very well say that with ease, but at a practical level, when moments such as these occur, I think that's when we are confronted with the real nature of the complexities, the intricacies, the challenges that this relationship across the three spheres spawns. And having said that, Chairperson, I also want to thank you because you have really steered the process as the chair, going back to this issue. No matter how few the petitioners, these are our fellow South Africans that are promised human dignity and social justice by our own constitution. And I'd like to thank you. And indeed, the department, national department, led by the minister, the DG, as the chief accounting officer, and Tshwane and the Gauteng Provincial Department of Human Settlement. Chair, I think it is important for us to ensure that there is a happy ending to this. There is absolutely no doubt that the waiting has been quite agonizing and amounting to a great deal of anguish on the part of the beneficiaries, the intended beneficiaries, these being the petitioners. So let's expedite the process, DG. I know that that is what you've set your sights on. Let's expedite this process, and I'm heartened by the report from Mr. Ntabe that this is going to be a matter of great priority, and in particular the realization that as some form of compensation, these petitioners, because of them being so disadvantaged and prejudiced over a period of time, there is now some form of an exception made to say let them benefit in respect of the quantum of military veterans. We appreciate that. But lastly, Chairperson, I think as and when we deal with these kinds of situations, we've just dealt with the Slovo Park one. It is important, in my view, that we revisit the whole arrangement of intergovernmental framework, of course, emanating itself from the Constitution, to say, how do we, as the three spheres, in particular the National Department planning with the provincial departments adopting their business plans, how do we ensure that we have parcels of land that could be made available, that are available readily to deal with these kinds of situations? We can go on and on about unlawful occupation of land, etc., and evictions and so forth. But I think that is where our challenge is as well. It is one thing to say we cannot, commandeer the municipalities to do 1, 2, 3, 4. It is yet another to say the Constitution enjoins all the three spheres to work together for the unity and well-being of the Republic, and placing the socio-economic rights of our people. Honorable Pity referred to Section 26, that this must be done. So yes, indeed, this might look like a very dark cloud, but the silver lining in it is not a chimera, it's not a mirage. I'm convinced that despite the wait, there will be a happy ending to this. And I think I share the concerns of my colleagues, whose concerns, whose angst, whose worries bring pressure to bear upon all the actors in this whole process, so that in the end, as I say, Chairperson, there must be happiness on the part of the petitioners, so that we can all celebrate them. We know it may not necessarily, it would not necessarily have gone as far as restoring the status quo ante, but it will have lent them dignity as humans. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gamede.
Okay, Chairperson, no. One is noticing from this Mawika report clearly outlines the initial steps taken, including the identification and acceptance of stands for both petitioners, which is a positive first step in addressing the Mawika petition. I'm sorry, Chairperson. So given that construction of top structure for both petitioners is planned to commence in 2026-2027 financial year, what specific measures are being put in place to mitigate potential delays in procurement, approval, and also in the construction processes in fact, to ensure these timelines are really met. And also, while the report mentions that the HOD tracks this matter regularly, and also the IGR meetings have it as a standing agenda item. What are the established mechanisms for the petitioners, Ms. Sepeng and also Ms. Letting you correct me, Chairperson, if I pronounce the name of Letting wrongly, to receive direct regular updates on the progress of their respective units, especially concerning the upcoming construction phase. I'll stop there, Chairperson, for now. But I just want to mention something, Chairperson. I hear that we've made our contributions, but we had a chance last week, Honorable Ditebe, to debate the report. Allow us to have our positions. We'll get into that. Let us concentrate on this one. Let us try by all means that we are professionals so that we'll make sure that all issues affecting our people are addressed without provoking me, because I'll come and defend my own organizations and its stands, because there are certain things that I might not agree with your own organization. Try by all means that, Chairperson, tell Honorable Ditebe to go and fix your marriage with your GNU partners on a
There
lighter
you
note.
go
Thank
now.
you very much, Chairperson.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Chair.
Please.
DG Province. DG.
Chair, DG or DDG?
Okay, even DGs, yeah. Okay, DG.
Oh, okay, no, sure.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I think the DDG can respond to the question.
Thanks, Chair. We are the chief director responsible driving this is responding.
Thank you so much, Chair. With your permission, thank you so much, DDG. I think, Chair, that the DG has really covered the majority of the issues that were raised by honorable members, but I'm just going to cover some of the few that I think have not been spoken to. I think we note the impression by Honorable Kehakilo. We are raising against time, Honorable Kehakilo, to make sure that we finalize these issues. As we said, the only thing standing between us and that concluding that process of the approval is the procurement process that, and this will also cover what Honorable Kamede has also raised, to say what are these tracking mechanisms that we are putting in place. The report has indicated both at the level of the HOD and the MEC, they are tracking this from our team on a regular basis. And this is also read inter alia with the CFO's report, which shows development from the procurement point of view, so that the CFO can also give impression that there's traction from that side, so that as soon as that process has reached finality, we can be able to then speak about certainty about concluding that matter. DG has also indicated, and thank you so much, DG, that the only thing standing between us and the approval is that there's a system requirement that you only allocate a beneficiary to an existing project, which must be appearing on the system, and that system must be an impression of the approved business plan. So the reason why we are saying that is that we would wait for the project to appear, finalize procurement, appear on the system, and then we are able to then link the beneficiary to the process of the project, as the DG has indicated. Honorable Pole has asked who's this responsible official. Chair, I want to confirm that I have been given that responsibility by the department. The responsibility, I'm ready to assist and make sure that we finalize this racing against time, of course, to ensure that the satisfaction of your August committee in relation to this issue is then secured. I think the city also covered us. Thank you so much, Petal. We are working closely with them, and the issue will then, Chair. The only problem is that I think the city has tried their level best. That in consultation with the petitioners, we do exactly what the petitioners would agree to and accept. So the suitability of the territorial space of the stands was one of the issues that we need to make sure that we clarify, but also get acceptance. And DG is right, that suitability needed to be accepted by the petitioners themselves before we can even go on, because in the past, as DG has indicated, there has been some intention to allocate some of the stands to the petitioners, and they were not happy about that. And that's why the working team responsibility is to make sure that as we tick the box, each and every box that we tick is at the approval of the petitioners, so that we have progress. I think the regular updates, Honorable Ahmed, the cities, we are really working very closely with them, and we keep the petitioners informed. What we are going to be doing is just to make sure that we impress on the executive meetings chaired by the HOD and the MEC to say, from this procurement point of view, if this can be finalized quickly so that we are able to then finalize the approval. My responsibility as the chairperson of the Joint Allocation Committee is to make sure that as and when we go and do the introduction of the appointed contractors, they start by constructing the actual units for Mabopane Melidingwane first, so that we are able to then tick the petitions out. And once the August committee is satisfied, then we are able to then declare the matter resolved. Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, DDG.
Thank you very much. Honorable Abada.
Thank you, Chair. Just get out again. Can you all see me?
Yes. Continue.
Okay, so I thank and acknowledge the progress reported by the Department of Human Settlements on the Zindani PHP project following the oversight visit. We welcome the department's efforts to revive the project and the multi-stakeholder engagements that have been reinitiated.
Honorable Abada.
Yes.
Just switch off the TV for some time.
Okay.
Just switch it off.
Okay, there. That's fine. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right. Must I start over, Chair?
Yes, continue. Also,
Okay.
there's a sound in your background. I don't know whether it's
Yes, I'm in Parliament. That's why. I'm sorry. Okay, I thank and acknowledge the progress reported by the Department of Human Settlements on the Mabopane PHP project following the oversight visit. We welcome the department's efforts to revive the holder engagements that have been reinitiated. The completion of phases 1 to 4 and the outline plans for phase 5A indicate movement in the right direction. However, it must be firmly stated that this progress cannot erase the prolonged delays, institutional inefficiencies, and the lack of early consequence management that severely impacted the dignity and expectations of the beneficiary community. The fact that the project was left incomplete for so long with no PHP support unit in place and building plans delayed at municipal level is unacceptable and speaks to deeper systemic weaknesses that must be addressed. We further note the department's ongoing engagement with stakeholders, and while appreciated, such communication must now be matched with urgent action and measurable outcomes. Finalize the approval of building plans without further delay, establish a fully functional PHP sport unit in the province. Ensure strict consequent management is implemented and reported to this committee. Submit monthly progress reports with tangible timelines and deliverables until the project is fully completed. Let it be clear, and while we acknowledge the department's renewed commitments, we will not tolerate any further setbacks. The people of this community deserve more than empty promises. They deserve their homes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khagile.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a question. Through you, please tell Reddy Tebe that he is here representing the portfolio committee, not the department. He doesn't have to respond to my question. That is all that I wanted to say. He did it last time, he is repeating it, and it must be for the last time. Thank you.
Thank you. DDG, Chief Director. Those were comments.
No, Chair, Honorable Chair, I think we take into heart the comments. Honorable Abada has really went to the crux of what we are trying to resolve. And indeed, we will then make sure that your August committee that you are leading is adequately briefed timelessly about the progress. Chair, the intention is that once the project team has finalized the sticky procurement issues done and they are ready with the actual construction, we should be able to finalize the actual construction quicker. And once the committee is then briefed about the allocation, the issue will be resolved. Apart from that, there will be just giving the committee comfort that the matter has now been resolved. But from our part, we are working very closely as the working committee with the team from the city, our project team internally, which is responsible for the actual construction, our procurement team, which is dealing with the procurement processes, are adequately briefed about the agency of the matter. And Chair, we are raising against time to make sure that we deliver. And thank you so much for the committee always guiding us through this process and making sure that we don't veer off the intended conclusion of this matter. Thank you so much. From our side, we take guidance from the committee and will respond adequately. Thank you.
Thank you. Tshwane Metro, do you have something to say?
Thanks,
Yes.
Chair. No, I think we covered with these two petitioners. There's just the outstanding issue of the Maryland, Chair. I don't know if you want us to cover it now or later.
We're going into it now. We're done with the two. I think let's go into Maryland, and Northwest will also present its part. Maybe continue, Ms. String.
Thanks so much, Chair. Again, good morning, and good morning to the honourable members. If we'll remember that the Maryland, we really had problems trying to find out where it, who owned the land. We eventually did find out that the land belongs to the National Department of Public Works, and they responded to advise us that, but they are in the process of transferring the land to the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development. The land we're talking about, which is portion 3 of the Farmadunsa, is part of the land in which the George Mokari Hospital is on, and therefore the Gauteng Department of Health now is involved and needs to pay the services account for the clearance certificate to be issued so that the land can be transferred to Gauteng. They had agreed before the previous meeting, at the meeting that we held with MEC's DID MEC's office, However, this letter still hasn't been provided from Health to DRD to confirm that they will cover the costs for the clearance certificate. Gauteng DRD has been following up, so have we, but to date, the Gauteng Department of Health hasn't given the response and hasn't given the letter and hasn't responded to any of the communication that's come for us from us or DID. We followed up on various occasions, but we're not getting much help on this one. Yeah, so unfortunately, this issue is still not being addressed. However, DID has appointed conveyancers who can address the conveyancing, which will include the transfer of the portion to Mr. Mere once the issue of the clearance certificate is sorted out. Yeah, that's all from on the Maryland. Not a good outcome, but yeah, it's at least now we know where the land is and what's happening, and where we can follow up as well. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. Maybe whilst we're there, can we get a presentation from Northwest on the other petitioner? DG, who's presenting from Northwest?
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee, DG and my colleagues. This is Ms. Slovo, the HOD for Human Settlements in the Northwest. I will be...
My apologies, HOD. I was not aware that you are here. Thanks very much. Just show your face once, and then...
I'll show my face, Chair. I'm still on the road, and the CFO is on standby should the network fail. But okay. I will make the presentation. And before I start, Chairperson, earlier on when apologies were taken, I couldn't raise my hand with the gadget I have. So I then had to delay the apology of our MEC, Mr. Molapisi, who was not able to join the meeting today. He's on his way to Mamusa for an engagement that was pre-arranged. Thank you, Chair. I will then close the TV.
Yes,
and
yes.
request the Secretariat to flight our presentation or CFO help if you're able to flight it from your side.
Are you able to assist?
Good day, Chair. I do not have the presentation. I have the departmental one. Apologies.
Therefore, please help, because I'm not able to fly it with the gadget on the road.
CFO?
Good morning. Can I be allowed to share?
Chair, sorry to, my apology to interject.
Yes.
Yes, as we are having a portfolio committee, the next room, we are more or less in the same place, but we are We managed. Then now they are waiting for us. And then I'm talking about the Gauteng. So can we be allowed to attend the next door?
Okay, all right. So the municipality will remain so that when there are questions about the transfer of land to Mere, they are able to respond. Okay.
We're still here, Chair. Thanks.
Pardon?
We're still in the meeting, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much, DDG Mologume. You are released with your delegation. Can we have the CFO?
Chairperson, can the CFO be allowed to share? May she be given the sharing rights?
Yeah, I can see she has been given. Is it Sylvia Mukadi?
Okay. Yes, that's Sylvia.
She has been given. Can she continue?
Sylvia, please continue sharing.
Are you able to see?
No, not as yet.
Can you please share the presentation with us so that we can be able to assist?
Who do I? Okay.
Is it
Can see it.
visible?
Yeah, it's visible. Thank you.
Okay.
Let's move to the next page. Chairperson, we will share the report from the Northwest, and the table of contents has the following. I have a call coming through that is disturbing the presentation. Sorry. Okay, the table of contents has a progress report on Mr. Khaswe's house and the proposed costing of Mr. Khaswe's house design, and the conclusion said this will be a brief report as we are updating from the previous presentation that we made as a department. On this presentation, Chair, I will focus on let's move on to the next. You have two presentations superimposed. I will focus on the last column, sir, which now gives us an update as at July 2025. This is when we had the last meeting with Mr. Khaswe. If I may just remind the House, the progress on Mr. Khaswe was held back by himself not accepting the design that would be equivalent to the amount available for the project, which has been augmented by another amount of 150,000, bringing the total to 462. The plan was shared with Mr. Khaswe, and Mr. Khaswe has been rejecting that plan, indicating that he wanted a plan that was over 800, a house that was worth over 800,000 rands. And in July, the plan was presented to, or after discussions with Mr. Khaswe, recently on the 4th. The last meeting with him was on the 4th of July, where he finally understood how this process works. He was thinking that we would utilize the available amount and then wait for the next financial year and add to that amount in order to produce the type of house that he wants. After further lengthy discussions with him, Mr. Khosa then agreed to the proposal of the design that is worth 462. This design will now be presented to the municipality next week, Chairperson. And the size of house here is going to be 60 square meters. What we are doing, we are continuing with engagements with the municipality in this regard. In this regard, you can move on to the next page where we reflect the costing. The costing for the new design for Mr. Khaswe is as follows, because the veterans subsidy quantum amounts to 312, and we had sourced additional funding sponsorship of 150 for Mr. Khaswe to have available for his house, an amount of 462, while his own house that he wants built there is worth 869. So the shortfall is more than 300,000, which is 367. But we have since agreed with Mr. Khaswe, and he has since agreed to the design that will be costed within, or that has been costed within the amount that is available. So, Chairperson, in conclusion, the department has met with Mr. Khaswe. As I indicated, he has now amended the recent design to include a study or studio room, the main bedroom with a kitchen and built-in wardrobes, as well as the kitchen unit. And the department has clarified that there will be no further funds availed to him, and he has agreed to this. Further timelines for construction will be developed upon getting approval of the designs from the municipality. Based on the preliminary discussions with the municipality chair, because we've been doing these things parallel, the municipality doesn't seem to have appetite to approve a military veterans house on the site that Mr. Khaswe has, because it is a site on the prime land. The municipality is saying they will not approve his design because they want to protect the value of the houses in the area. Our engagement with the municipality then led to me asking whether they are prepared to then provide an alternative piece of land where they can approve a design of this nature. The municipality is cooperating in that regard, saying they will then take it upon themselves to help us identify an alternative piece of land. So next week, we are engaging further. We want them, I have actually requested them to write that rejection so that we can have evidence that they have rejected the design to be put on that piece of land. And then we will, as a department, counter that with a letter to request in writing for the municipality to provide an alternative piece of land. We are still likely to go over another hurdle, whether Mr. Khaswe will accept the alternative land. So as a department chairperson, we are ready to go on site and start building. We only are left with these two hurdles: for the municipality to approve the design, and for Mr. Khaswe to accept an alternative piece of land. So once that has been cleared, we will go on site. The contractor has been waiting, has been appointed. We were only waiting on finalizing these administrative processes with the municipality. Thank you, Chair. So we are basically saying this is progress to date, and we would like the portfolio committee to note the progress since our last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, HOD. Much appreciated. DG, do you want to add? No addition?
No, Chairperson, just to indicate that the Mr. Khaswe matter has been largely delayed by the back and forth in terms of the negotiations with him, and we took a long time to find each other in as far as this is concerned. You would recall that even before the committee, Mr. Khaswe had not necessarily accepted to have what was available at our policy disposal, and had insisted on getting much more than what the policy could allow us to provide. And subsequent to that, you would recall that there was also the issue of the effort made by the HOD to fundraise and to top up, which brought us somewhere closer to where we would have been, but clearly initially accepted, but later on we would want additionals that would have, in our view, an attempt at closing the shortfall or the gap between what was originally his initial investment and what we were posited as our response to try and address the matter. So given those considerations and where we are, it will not be possible to go beyond where we are now, and we hope that no further changes are made to enable us to now do the necessary applications and approval processes to bring the matter to finality in terms of the plans. Initially, the plans were also approved by him, but he had also requested a further amendments to those plans, again, inadvertently encroaching into the timelines for responses and for ourselves to be able to respond. So I just wanted to emphasize this point because I think failure to emphasize it and the fact that even where we are now, we aren't 100% over the bridge, that there will be no further delays relative to if there would be any changes. But we are a caring government. We still believe strongly that we must do everything we can to be accommodative and to listen to the needs of the beneficiary and to listen to what they suggest can be additional matters for consideration in terms of the plans, but also in terms of the construction purposes. So that is just that emphasis, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, DG and HOD. I even see messages here. Thumbs up for Northwest Housing Department dealing with this issue. It's from Member Pool. There it is, honorable members. I think there are two reports from Mr. Miere and Mr. Khaswe. They are straightforward. Honorable Abada.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst we thank, can I switch off the camera again?
Yes.
Okay. Whilst we thank and acknowledge the efforts undertaken by the respective departments to address the concerns raised by petitioners, it is imperative to state that this situation should never have arisen in the first place. The prolonged delay and administrative neglect have caused not just inconvenience, but real human suffering, fractured families, emotional distress, and a profound sense of abandonment by the very state meant to protect and uplift them. Be that as it may, what is done is done. But going forward, we must do better. We must commit fully and without compromise to placing the dignity, humanity, and constitutional rights of our people at the forefront of every government action. And you know, Chair, I always speak about the humanity and dignity. And you know that this is something that has pained me from the very first time that we came into contact with the petitioners. And, you know, it's now going, and we still, you know, haven't finalized this. So, but I do applaud the department for, you know, getting to where we are right now. And then, so we are not speaking about numbers in a report. We are speaking about human lives here, about elders who waited for justice, about families who watched their hopes withered through the years of inaction. Let this be a turning point and a learning curve, not merely for compliance or procedural closure, but for restoring dignity, justice, and the broken trust of our people. Right now, our people really don't trust us. We are always quoting the Freedom Charter. Let us be reminded of what the Freedom Charter says about housing and land, that all people have access to housing and that the land shall be shared amongst those who work it. Now, we all know when it comes to our people, this is certainly not the case. Our people are living under appalling conditions. You know, I've just come back from Neisner, and what I saw there, believe me, brought tears to my eyes because it's not a nice, you know, thing to see what our people are going through. And basically throughout the country, 90% of our people live in 10% of the land, and 10% of the people live in 90% of the land. Make that make sense, please. Our people cannot afford to live in the 90% of the land because it's unaffordable due to exorbitant pricing of housing. And this is how the rich keep our people in poverty and out of their suburbs. Sorry, Chair, I'm in the car. Sorry. Okay, so just let's finalize. Sorry, I'm sorry. I just went right out of this meeting. Okay. I therefore recommend and plead that as this portfolio committee not only notes this progress report, but mandates a concrete time-bound implementation plan with departmental accountability mechanisms to prevent any further delays or administrative oversight, particularly in the finalization of outstanding title deed matters. Furthermore, I request that the Department of Human Settlements urgently provides a written update to Mr. Michael Mary regarding the status of his long overdue title deed, if this has not already been done as yet. His patience, resilience, and continuous pursuit of justice must be respected, and this matter should be prioritized as a matter of principle and urgency. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ditebe.
Person, I saw my face earlier, but let me
You're breaking.
switch off again. Yeah, Chair. My network is bad. Let me just switch on my video and then switch it off again. Chair,
Yeah,
I'm here.
can
Thank
switch it
you.
off.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, let me also join the colleagues expressing gratitude, certainly on our part, for the milestones so far recorded. Chairperson, if you hear some noise in the background, kindly pardon me. But I'll be clear. Chair, just for clarity's sake, with regards to piece of land, which is next to
You're breaking,
Harry
Honorable
Hospital.
Ditebe. We can't hear you.
Chairperson, I'm saying, can you hear me now?
You are better. Continue.
Yeah, Chair, I'm saying with regards to the land that belongs to Mr. Mire, let's first of all congratulate is it the city of Tshwane? And indeed, the Provincial Department of Human Settlement and not least our very own National Department of Human Settlement for recording this milestone. I remember very clearly, Chairperson, the story behind the loss of a huge chunk of land that Mr. Mire lays claim to, and how his father got that piece of land, and how the politicians in the apartheid era, Bantustan of Botswana, robbed his father of that piece of land, which he has since inherited. But I must commend the departments, national, provincial, and even the city of Tshwane, for having steered this process to this end. Because as you can see, Chairperson, it has had all these ugly twists and turns. And as the DG says, government cares. And of course, this is all steeped in the vision of the Freedom Charter. And at times, there might be frustrations with the pace, but I think it is important that, difficult as it may be, we go through every single one of those strides so that we accumulate lessons to ensure that in future, if we have the same or similar experience, we should just pull that out of our toolkit and solve the problem in question. I know it sounds simplistic, but I hope the message is clear. So, Chairperson, I want to ask whether in respect of Mr. Mire, with the clearance of the rates and taxes for him to get the clearance certificate, does it mean that he's going to have a house built for him on that piece of land, or this one is merely for purposes of him legally owning that piece of land, which he went into detail to explain to us how his late father acquired it and which he has since inherited. Now, in respect of, that's the first question in respect of Mr. Mire, and to say once again, thank you. Now, the Mr. Khaswe, this, I really must say that it's taken me by surprise. I thought that a property that is worth almost R500,000, right from the very inception, when it's built, like the 462,000 rand, which the HOD explains to us. Is it not logical? Is it not a corollary that it will appreciate in value with the passage of time? And perhaps if the HOD and the CET and the DTG could explain to us how could that in any way, degrade, if you like, the value of the property where such a house will be built. And perhaps to use the same logic, Chairperson, I'm talking about Mr. Khaswe's house. What if, informed by the same narrow free market fundamentalist ideological position on the part of the city, he is just thrown in a place that is where his house will be built without any regard for the value of his house, which by far will exceed the value of other properties where that house will be built. Can we not, at the very least, ensure that as we steer this process, that Mr. Khaswe himself is not prejudiced either? Because if regard would be had for the value of the properties where the municipality says his house cannot be built because of its value, which is 462,000, almost R500,000. Can we not also protect him in terms of where he will be taken? Because I think sometimes, maybe out of fatigue arising from how long this process has been, very protracted, and perhaps understandably so. We might have a situation where he is financially prejudiced. So that would be my question, Chairperson. And I think with Mr. Parker's matter concluded, we know we can breathe a sigh of relief at different intervals that this portfolio committee chairperson, once again, under your stewardship and with our executives and the political leaderships of the other two spheres of government, will be brought to conclusion. And I know of very many, of very few, if any, parallels, if one could put it that way, of the nature that this particular matter involves. And I share once again the concerns of the colleagues. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gamede.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think I've partly covered by the AFO speakers, but only one question with regards to the Maryland petition. I just want to understand what escalation process will be initiated if the Department of Health in Gauteng continues to delay providing the letter of commitment for the service account, and how will this impact in the overall transfer timeline for Mr. Emia's portion of land? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Hakile.
Thank you, Chair. For City of Tshwane, job well done. Your report was straight to the point, and I hope that whatever that is there is going to be achieved. And there was also an indication of Remere wanting to build a school. I just want to know if the department is also, or the city, going to assist him with that project, because according to his presentation, his father owned a school, and that school together with the land was taken away. And then with regard to the Northwest, my province, job well done. You did not delay anything. The delay was from the petitioner. And I also appreciate that you at least managed to raise 150,000 to increase the value of the house of Remere. And then I also support that the department should get a letter from the municipality, given reasons why that plan cannot be approved in that area. That is not aligned with the constitution of this country, let alone our freedom charter. The municipality must be reminded that all the citizens are allowed by our constitution to build houses or to stay wherever they want. That is all that I want to say, Chair. I'll give credit where it is needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me start with Tshwane municipality, followed by AKD Northwest.
Thanks, Chair. As you know, this land was sold to Mr. Mere by the Northwest Housing Corporation, and because it was part of, or Mr. Mere was one of the petitioners, we then tried to assist to unravel this puzzle around this land. So, yes, we can write a letter to Mr. Mere, but it might be a bit premature to do that until we've got DID and Gauteng DID and Gauteng Health actually in the process of transferring this. We don't want to raise his hopes and then dash them again. The issue of the house, as per Honourable Member Titebe's question, has never been raised with the city. We also don't have funding for this. We'd have to go to province and go through the same process as we have for the other two. But as some of the other members have said, my understanding at present is that Mr. Mere wants to build, I'm not sure if it's a school. I understood him to be saying student accommodation on the site. And as such, when this does get sorted out, there are programs in place to assist with that. Yes, I'm not even sure that the city is the right person to write to the MEC Health to escalate the matter to the MEC for Health, but we really don't mind doing that, and we will send draft the letter for the city for the executive mayor's signature. It might, however, be better if it does come from the minister or someone more senior. I'm not sure that we will get much assistance as the city if we write the letter. We'll wait to be guided by you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, AKB.
Hello, Chair.
AKB.
Chairperson, you're not audible.
HOD.
Chair, Honorable Chair. Chair is not audible.
HOD.
Honorable Chair.
Continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I take note of the comments that were made by Honorable Abada. And we as a province, we commit and recommit to continue doing our best to ensure that Mr. Khaswe gets the benefit of his house, and we are working very hard. The challenges that we are encountering with the municipality, I believe they will also be overcome by utilizing IGR communication and also engaging our MEC to intervene to ensure that nothing stands on our way to provide Mr. Khaswe with a house. We will, Honorable Ditebe, also look at protecting him to ensure that he continues benefiting from the very original site that he has received. So we believe with the political intervention from our MEC side, we will be able to achieve that. The DG as well as the Honorable Committee, will continuously be updated in terms of what is happening. And we believe by next month, the latest, that we will be starting with building the house. And we will constantly report on progress. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. DG, still have something to say on this item?
Honorable Chairperson, I've got nothing to add. I believe the comments of the HOD are succinct in representing us all and the sentiment we feel about conclusion of the matter. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ditebe, do you still want to say something?
Yeah, Chairperson, very briefly, at the risk of being off the tram lines in respect of our duly adopted agenda, may I just take advantage of the HOD in this meeting? Yesterday, you would have seen that I shared an electronic poster where there is mention of the Mangau municipality through the leadership of the executive mayor having successfully stopped the Northwest Housing Corporation from auctioning off houses in Tabanchu. You will recall, Chairperson, that I personally raised this issue over time. And when we were in Ekurhuleni, I even interacted with the MEC for Human Settlements in the Northwest and asked that he confers with his counterpart in the Free State in respect, in particular, of this housing stock. And I raised it with you and the DG as well. Could they just apprise us as to what then happened, given the fact that we had already expressed the desire that these assets be transferred to the Free State government? We all know that at one point we had 4 provinces, but as per the terms of our constitution, we now have 9 provinces. And it seems anomalous that the Northwest Housing Corporation would go as far as that, which really makes us suspect that there could be a sinister or ulterior purpose behind this. Why would they want to take advantage of people when most of these disputes with regards to assets that belonged at one point to the former so-called TVBC states, homelands, Bantustans, why would they go as far as that? Perhaps with your permission, Chair, if you allow it, if the HOD and maybe with the DG's presence, we could be apprised as a committee as to why such a drastic step would have been taken, despite very well-known views of the committee on the matter. Thank you.
Chair, am I allowed?
Yes, HOD.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Honorable Ditebe, for that question. There has been some developments since the advert by the Northwest Housing Corporation. There was a meeting of both MECs, the executive mayor of Mangaung and the MM on the matter, where Mangaung was expressing their interest and how they would like the matter to be resolved. The process was then halted at that time, and the interim board of the Northwest Housing Corporation has since met to take a resolution around that matter of all the cross-border properties in line with the EXCO, the provincial EXCO resolution taken in November 2024, where EXCO was saying the Northwest Housing Corporation should transfer all the housing properties in the cross-border to the respective municipalities. And in that, they are requesting that the respective municipalities should then cancel all the rates and taxes that would be owed to them by the Northwest Housing Corporation at the receipt of those transferred houses. In terms of the land parcels that belong to the Northwest Housing Corporation, including some of the farms that are in Tshwane, it was resolved that those land parcels will then or should then be subjected to sales after engagements with the respective municipalities. I know, for instance, in Tshwane, you have some of these that are referred to as farm in the asset register of Northwest Housing Corporation, but on the ground, you would find that there's a whole township that has covered that land, and the township was built even during the Bophuthatswana time, except the township has not been proclaimed or registered. I'm also aware that at the time when Tshwane was trying to address that backlog of township registration, the Housing Corporation was not cooperating well in terms of signing or maybe giving the powers of attorney. But following this step that has been taken, I think those challenges will be resolved. And I'm also aware that there were rates owed to the city of Tshwane from those pieces of land that were registered in the name of Northwest Housing Corporation. So, Chairperson, I believe the matter is receiving attention. Our political principles are part of the resolution, and the board, interim board, has also taken a resolution which will then be implemented with the assistance of the provincial EXCO, the Department of Human Settlement, as well as the respective municipalities where these properties are found. Thanks.
Chairperson, sorry, could we get the HOD to send this to the committee in writing so that when we interact with people, we are better informed and we can articulate it in exactly the same way as she does? Thank you very much, Chair, because I've had lots of questions, even though, of course, there are assurances that the mayor has dealt with this. But as members of parliament, I hope it will be appreciated that we, in addition to that, have got to do oversight ourselves, including over those very municipalities. Thank you, Chair. If we could have it in writing.
Thank you, Chair. I'll provide it.
Thank you very much. Secretary, you make a follow-up. Honorable members, I think we're not doing well on time. I thought I would give petitioners an opportunity to say something, but we're under serious pressure of time. I think we'll organize with them just to give their feedback after we got responses from the department and the municipalities. Let's move to, my apologies for that. Let's move to the next report about Matmandane, which will be presented by Western Cape Department or the municipality. Secretary, who's presenting? DG, who's presenting?
Ms. Camilla, Chair.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Camilla August. I will be presenting. Thank you. I just need to figure out how to load the presentation. Let me know if you can see that, Chairperson.
Yes,
please continue.
Put it on a slideshow.
Okay, thank you. Right, good morning again, everyone. I'll try to go quite quickly. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present. I am joined by my colleague, Glenn Isaacs. He is responsible for this project within our region. So let me get straight into it. Our presentation will quickly cover the purpose, the background, and just the main challenges for the project. And the intention really is to just give the committee some background. So like the honourable member said a little bit earlier, the project has got a long history. It started many years ago. In January 2027, it was approved in December, and it is a long delay. It was initially run by a community support organization and an account administrator, as PHPs were previously managed. And through this time, the project has been reduced from 468 units to 373. Now, of that, 334 have already been completed, and phase 5, which is the remaining 39 units, are the ones that we're currently speaking to. So to give the committee some assurance, the first batch of the 39 units is budgeted for in the department's business plan for this financial year. So it is our intention to have the first 14 of these units completed before March 2026. But there's always a but, so we will get to the buts. Just a quick overview of the phases that's been completed, the first 4, and like I mentioned, phase 5, the 14 units is what we're going to kick off within this financial year. These are the blocks, the phase 5 blocks that we're talking to, and why this is important is the but. What is holding up the project has been the planning approvals. So we are in constant contact with the City of Cape Town. As you can see, I've tried to just traffic light the red, yellow, greens. We have about 6 or 7 that's we are hoping on our way to finalization. We've got quite a few where the invoices are paid, and once the money is received, hopefully that also means it's very close to finalization. There were 2 that had been blocked for some reason, but we can confirm the block has been lifted. I'm still leaving it as red because I haven't seen invoices yet and those kinds of things. But as you can see, there is constant engagement with the city to get these planning approvals in place, because once we have that, we can continue. That doesn't mean nothing is happening while we're getting all of this in place. So why it's important for the plans to be in place? There's a whole lot of other things that we're busy with. But we cannot appoint a contractor until the building plans are approved. We need a health and safety consultant. We can't really go to site without all of that being in place. We need a professional engineer. And all of that depends on having all the approvals in place. But we have got measures and backups in place for all of this, like I'll show you in a few minutes. The other thing that held us back slightly was the power of attorney from 3 beneficiaries, which has also been managed. So where we are now, like we said earlier, the plans are with the city. The layouts are complete. All of those things are complete. The 3 beneficiaries I spoke to a minute ago, they've signed their power of attorneys. The plan presentation, we held that with the beneficiaries. They viewed their plans and they signed all the documents that we needed them to sign. So the 14 documents, like I said earlier, has been submitted to the city. Now, this is what we're doing in parallel while we're waiting for approval from the city for the plans. We've already prepared the tender documents. The bill of quantities are done. The annexures, everything is ready. We've already gone to the bid specifications committee. Their amendments have been made. And the document is going to be submitted again within this month still, and we're hoping that it will move forward from there. So we've got, like I said, we are at procurement as a parallel to the planning process. Everything is in place. The tender documents are prepared. The drawings are done. The appointments and sites handover, we're hoping to happen in October 2025. And that will still give us enough time to construct the 14 houses before the end of this financial year. But all of this, again, is dependent on the speed at which the City of Cape Town approves the business, the building plans. We are in constant engagement with them, and we are optimistic that it will all be in place by October 2025. So in conclusion, we have also set up a backup plan. If something else, if anything were to go horribly wrong, we have placed these beneficiaries on a plan B. There's been a reconciliation of PHP units which need to be completed within the City of Cape Town, and we've added these beneficiaries to that list as well, in case anything trips up these approvals. But the intention of the department, we are ready to finalize the procurement process. We are ready. The money is secured. We've just had our adjustments budget discussion yesterday, and the money is in the budget even after adjustments, and we will continue with this as soon as the planning approvals are in place. We are happy to come and update the committee again after or later in the year, once after October 2025, so that we can hopefully have good news for you and indicate that everything is in place and that we will be meeting the timelines we've presented. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Any addition from the DG and your delegation?
Chairperson, no additions from myself. I don't know if any member of the team wishes to add anything.
Okay, thanks. Honorable members, there's a report. Can we commend or Honorable Gamede, followed by Honorable Ditebe, followed by Honorable Kakakile.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. No, thanks for the presentation of the report. The report indicates that the project is back on track, obviously with multi-stakeholder collaboration. The recurrent delays in critical path items such as building plan approvals and tender document finalization, which are pushed to July 2025 and September 2025 for construction, suggest that significant underlying issues in interdepartmental coordination and procedural efficiency persists. The ongoing lack of a designated PHP support unit within the province also appears to be a systemic challenge that could hinder future project delivery. Chairperson, in view of repeated delays in key processes like building plan approvals and tender document finalization, what specific or actionable steps are being taken to unblock these bottlenecks and prevent similar delays in future phases or projects, rather than just reporting on them as ongoing challenges? The report also mentions that the project owner was initially a support organization supported by an accountant administrator, and then transitioned to the Western Cape Department of Infrastructure. What were the specific reasons for this change? In project ownership, and how has this transition impacted to the project's progress, accountability, and the current delays being experienced? Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ditebe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks to the city, the department. Honorable Gamede has in part covered me, but I'd like to know, if you compare and contrast the Mawiga case, and of course in particular the Mawiga case, there are many players that straddle the whole path towards the resolution of the plight of the beneficiaries or the petitioners. Now here, it does not sound to me like there are too many hoops through which the city needs to go. What is it that obstructs the city from expediting the process so that the necessary approvals can be obtained? My understanding is that this is something that can be done much more speedily as opposed to in the previous case of the Mawiga petitioners. Perhaps if they could just, Chairperson, bring us up to speed with regards to those specific details. And because if there are further delays, this sets in frustration, anger, etc. So if they could please just tell us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, HOD. Department.
Hello, good day, Chairperson, MMCs and national, provincial and city officials. From our side, the problem with the new system, can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah. The DAMS portal system is an electronic, a computerized system compared to the system, the previous system where you could go to the office personally with your plans. You could sit there the whole day, speak to officials, to building planners and examiners, and you corrected your. I think a lot of municipalities is still on the old system. You go there, spend 2 days, and you sort out all your problems. But on the DAM system, you just submit it on the portal, and they've got a lot of plans, and the planes wait in a queue until they get to the plane. So it's just my personal opinion that the DAMS, the portal, the electronic system, is a bit slower than the original system. And this is a general, it's not just for this project. A lot of our departmental and city projects are being delayed by this new system, online system. Yeah, this is just a general thing that we've experienced. Yeah. Thank you.
Chairperson, with your permission, if I can just ask Glenn, that was Glenn Isaacs, the project manager. The question from Uncle Gamede was about the support organization and what was the specific reasons for the change and how it impacted on the progress for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. What happened during 2015? A circular was issued by the department. I'm not sure if it came from national, but the circular was called Circular 18 of 2015. That circular stipulated that the original system of where the PSP organization, they appointed their own contractor. That system was actually now, it lapsed, it was cancelled during 2015, and the circular stated that from that time onwards, I think it was probably October 2018, sorry, October 2015, more or less, all procurement would then be a formal process, like the department would then appoint contractors on a fair system where they go on a data framework database, etc. Yeah, and that was a change that was made. So what happened during that period, that system stopped where the organization procured contractors. And there was a delay because that was given over to the department and to come onto a new system. And from that time onwards, it's now been the formal system of the department appointing contractors. That's actually what happened, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Paul.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, yeah, I got only one question. Seeing that there's a proposed deadline for erecting the 14 outstanding houses, I think in phase 4, and the building plans approvals is now keeping us away from erecting these 14 houses. My question is, what extra communication will there be between the province and the city of Cape Town? And what will, the extra mile they will walk in order to execute these 14 houses?
Person, with your permission, Glenn, would you like to input first? Thank you.
Yes, please. Thank you. Dear sir, what's happening? We are not directly, we do communicate directly with the City of Cape Town, but we've gone the extra step. We include the councillor, as Mr. Denis Tolani Deniso of Strand, ANC councillor for the area. We include him in our communication when we do send messages to the City of Cape Town. So he's fully aware of our communication and when we submit plans and what the feedback is. So yes, this is our modus operandi at the moment. But if you've got suggestions, we would implement that. Thank you.
Perhaps if I can make a suggestion, Chairperson, I will raise this with the HOD and ask the HOD to then, from an administrative perspective, to engage with the municipal manager. So that pressure comes from both the councillor and from a political basis and from an administrative basis. So that is a commitment that I'll make to the portfolio committee. I'll engage the HOD and we'll prepare something for her so that she can put some administrative pressure on the city to help us then reach the dates that we're putting in front of you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I think there are no... Oh, I see Aaron. Want to add?
Thanks, Chairperson, and good afternoon, honorable members and the DG. Yes, I just wanted to also confirm that, from the National Department, as we're monitoring this situation, we've also been speaking to the councillor just to check, the communication between them and the province, and he has confirmed that he has also been assisting when the province had challenges, particularly with some of the admin processes where they needed the committee members to sign certain things. One of the challenges at the beginning with the system was that it needs each and every applicant to have an email address, and not every applicant had an email address, and so they agreed with the officials in the city then to use the councillor's email address. And also in situations where they needed to go and inspect, certain things like the plumbing and so on, the councillor has been assisting with those things, even when they couldn't find a beneficiary. He's been assisting to make sure that he goes back and then he finds them. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thanks very much. DG, are you fine?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we are done with the reports. Like I'm promising that we'll get an opportunity, honorable members, where we'll have the response from petitioners in terms of the report, given by the department and the metros. In that meeting, we'll also still invite the stakeholders, depends provincial and national, and the metros are needed, especially the city of Strand. So we'll have that arrangement because today we're under pressure of time. Having said that, we are moving away from the reports with those comments, and where there's been a promise to submit written responses, can the secretary make sure that you follow up on that one? And the secretary and content advisor, you to summarize what is promised today in terms of timelines to resolve the petitioners' problems, so that when we have a meeting with the presence of the department and metros, we are able to flag what they said is the status quo. Thanks very much. I think we go to the last item. Is it minutes, Secretary?
No, Chairperson, Breede Valley petition for the last one on the agenda before minutes.
Breede Valley.
Western Cape.
Western Cape.
Chairperson still have to present. Thanks, Dan.
Western Cape.
Okay, sorry, I was just trying to find my unmute button. It's me again. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me know if you can see the presentation.
Yes, we can see. Put on a slideshow, please.
Okay. Just give me 1 second. It's not. Can you see it? There we go. It's working now. Thank you very much. Okay. The Breede Valley, New Mandela Square. Thank you again, everyone, for giving us the opportunity. This project has also been coming on a long time, and we have briefed the portfolio committee a number of times. So I'm going to try to be quite quick because a lot of what we've said before is the history in the background. There's New Mandela Square, the 652 units. And as you can see, Chairperson, we've just tried to give you an indication of the site and the layout here. And then we've got north of Mandela Square and Imaglaweni here. So it's important to understand this because we're going to be talking about the piece of land right adjacent to Imaglaweni as we move through this presentation. So there were 4 different milestones. Let me just go there again that we spoke to. The first one was aerial imagery, the structure count, the verification, the subsidy applications. And I'm going to say straight on, we're happy with that. We're on track with that. Milestone 2, the decanting and relocation strategy. It's on track. It's completed. We're happy with that. Milestone 3, the internal engineering services report. We're happy with that. Milestone 4 is also on track. The project implementation report. We're on track with that. So where we are now is milestone 5. I'm going to jump through the rest of it quickly. So the aerial imagery, we've already received 3 sets of imagery. We've also received a set of drone imagery from rural development. I've put it in here just because I think it's just such an interesting thing to see for the committee. So this is the set of drone imagery. So I won't go through the whole of it, Chairperson, but you can see that there's a lot of work that's been done. It also, the drone imagery that we're receiving is much better than the satellite imagery. So it is enabling the partnership with rural development is enabling us to move forward quite nicely. Okay, so the next slide that I want to show you, I'm not sure if you're seeing it. My side, it's not. Okay, let's see if I. Okay, are you still seeing the drone imagery? Chairperson, can I just check? Because on my side, it's kind of frozen.
Okay.
Okay, but let me
see the
go
structure count verification A and B.
Oh, thank you. Okay, good. Then it's not, I've got, let's go on then from there. So one of the first things we did as part of milestone 1 is we did a structure count. We verified it was there. There's only one out of both phases, part A and part B, that we've not been able to verify. It is assumed that that person is a seasonal worker and just hasn't been there the times that the HDA has been there. We then took the verifications, those with IDs, and we sent that for pre-screening. So of the pre-screening, we found 9 was deceased, 20 it wasn't the right ID number, 12 were not on the population register, and 70 had already received a subsidy. So we were left from the 596 with 485 beneficiaries. Of these 485, 293, that's more than half, were not on the housing demand database. and 10 were on the demand database for less than 3 years. Now, that is a problem because we have a condition that the person needs to be on the database for more than 3 years. The municipality has been working with the HDA, and as the forms are being put together, they are putting persons onto the housing demand database, and so we are aware of that, and that is being managed. We've currently had 464 applicants that have completed subsidy application forms. The challenge is it's been very slow. We've gone out there 10 times, or the HDA has gone out there 10 times, and there are still 148 applicants outstanding. So it is concerning for us that beneficiaries are not coming forward to complete the necessary forms. But what we've done is we've worked with the municipality. The municipality has committed that they will take this process forward with the outstanding applicants as we progress. So the second part was the decanting and relocation strategy. That's now been completed. It was done in May. So it speaks to the identification of land, the TRAs, the layout of these TRAs, etc. But the big question mark here is the availability of land, because without relocation, development becomes very, very hard. So like I've said earlier, there were 3 portions of land that were identified. They were private land portions. Discussions were being undertaken with those private landowners, and they still are being undertaken. The landowners are very supportive of the development. So we are optimistic that there's not going to be any major issues with the landowners. But the challenge, which we'll get to a bit later, is related to a potential bypass that's needed. Let me just get through the internal engineering report, and then I'll get to the housing master plan. So the internal engineering report, like I spoke to earlier, we did a detailed assessment report of all the internal services. I have briefed the committee on the outcomes of this report previously. This report is now completed. Now, the importance of this report is it leads into the project implementation readiness application. So we as a department can only consider a project for funding if we receive a project implementation readiness application. And that application has now been submitted along with the engineering report. So we can assess this document with the engineering report and recommend it for funding. So milestone 4 is also in hand. We're happy with that. So where we are now is milestone 5, right? The housing master and upgrading plan. It's one of the, when we committed to the portfolio committee, it was the last one of our plans, and our timeline has been set for later in the year. So the first thing we did was we took a look at the number of structures. That's where the drone imagery and the satellite imagery has all come out. And the sum total is about 5,071 structures. And to accommodate all of those structures, we're going to need relocation opportunities. So we looked at all kinds of different documents. The first stage that the HDA is busy with now is looking at the policy and legislative review. So they're looking at the SDF, they're looking at the Constitution, they're looking at all of those documents that impact on this particular project. The second part they're also already busy with is the contextual analysis. So that looks at how does this development fit into the fabric of the Breede Valley municipality. They'll do the spatial analysis, and then we're going to move on to the implementation plan and the approval of the master plan. So there's been a lot of work done previously by PEP, who was our consultant, on the ground NGO consultant, working with this community. And the HDA has had a solid debrief with PEP. They've done a lot of conversations thus far. So the work on the contextual analysis and the legislative review is in hand. It's going very nicely. So this is just an example of some of the things that they were looking at. Economically, spatially, what drives the economy, how does Weletemba fit into the fabric of the urban center, who owns the land, How do we coordinate with the municipality, with national department, the national entities? All of those things are forming part of the contextual analysis. And ultimately, we now want to, the master plan must bring together all of these ideas. How do we show an integration between the township of Zwelithemba and the Breede Valley municipality? How do we ensure linkages, economic, spatial, transport, all of those linkages? How do we ensure that people can live, work, and play safely, right? So how do we bring all of that into the concept? And then how do we ensure infrastructure provision? Is it one house, one plot? Is it super blocking? Is it reblocking? How do we bring all of those conceptual ideas together? So the housing master plan is looking at these little blockies. Social facilitation has started. We've done quite a bit of that. The desktop assessments, the bulk services, a lot of the engineering work did that. There's environmental scans, geotechnical work, spatial planning, then the land acquisition process, which the HDA is already starting for us as well, the pre-feasibility, the main structures, how do we design it, and then the relocation areas if we want to decant. We are still at the application phase because we're still understanding the settlement. We haven't secured the funding yet. Like I said earlier, we need the documents in place to secure funding, and that's something I raise repeatedly. The ISUPG budget is significantly reduced in the outer years, so there's going to need to be a conversation with the National Department on how we fund this, this particular initiative. Phase 2 will kick in once we've got the land acquired, the social economic profile, the provision of interim services, and all of the groundwork, the planning work you can see for these different phases are already being undertaken. Then we've got north of Mandela Square. So this is where there's a little issue that we need to raise. So we've already done in the previous meeting, we spoke to the initiation phase. We spoke to the look at services, the opportunities that we could potentially present for north of Mandela Square. Now, there's 3 issues here. We need land to decant. We need the TRAs to be put up to decant. And the third issue that's going to face us is the eastern bypass. Now, I'm going to ask you, if you look at the diagram on this picture, the little pink line, right? The red area is the area that we had identified for relocation land, the private landowners that were being spoken to. At the same time, the Transport Infrastructure Department is intending to build the eastern bypass through a portion of that land, which means that the land that's left over for human settlements is going to be reduced. And there's also some environmental issues which will further reduce the land that's available. So we need to get to a deeper understanding of, when we take into account the impact of the eastern bypass being constructed on the 3 portions of land that we're hoping to acquire, what is left and how that impacts what we are able to do for the for this particular initiative. So where we are now, the project feasibility report for the basic services has been drafted. It's with for this particular area, it's with the municipality, but it requires a lot of the work for the master plan to be completed to guide how we go forward. So the 3 next steps: collaboration with the Department of Infrastructure. So at the Western Cape Department of Infrastructure, human settlements is a branch of infrastructure, but there's also transport infrastructure, and they're responsible for the eastern bypass. They already negotiated with the municipality in 2023. I think they've got an agreement in terms of building this eastern bypass. The agreement they made was that the land must be clear and all of those things. So their documents are already in writing, signed, etc. So there has to be discussion with transport infrastructure on the utilization of the remainder of the portions, and we need to analyze that a little bit further. Then the land acquisition discussions is not going to stop. And you know, I can't put my head on a block, but some of the things that the landowners are saying is that they would consider the cost of a fence dividing the 2 areas as payment for the land. So I'm just giving you that kind of example of how open they are to this. So when I say that I am optimistic, they are not approaching the land negotiations aggressively. They are open to finding solutions and supporting the government to take this forward. And then we are working toward the housing master plan. Now, our next step is that in August, early August, we're going to be calling an IGR. So it'll be all of the the municipal officials, including the municipal manager, which is why I can't give you an exact date yet. We've been waiting for a diary date from the MM. The national department, and I haven't told them yet because we are waiting for the date from the MM, and then the municipality, the HDA, and us. And we will be going through every aspect of the master plan together, because we're now at a stage where the data is available and the decisions need to be made on how do we move toward implementation. What is the data telling us, and how do we then structure the implementation of this project? So that's intended for August. From an IGR perspective, we meet every month. We keep a detailed record of the discussions. Our next engagement will be a physical one at the municipality. The national department doesn't necessarily, because we do an IGR between the province and the city, but the national department gets updated every month. After we've done our consultation, we brief them on what we've achieved in that month. The next engagement will be with all spheres of government so that we can just physically get onto the same page and ensure we continue to move forward together. Chairperson, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, do you have some inputs, questions? Honorable Poole, followed by Honorable Gamede.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, only two questions. While the department has clearly made commendable progress and on the 5 project milestones, especially the PIRR submissions and engineering assessments, and it's evident in their presentation. My question is, can the department confirm that the October 25 deadline for the final housing master plan is still realistic, given the outstanding land negotiations in Imakwaleni and incomplete beneficiary data? Secondly, given that the department has met key deliverables such as the aerial imagery and the PIRR, what measures are in place to ensure that the implementation, especially for relocation and bulk infrastructure, does not stall due to intergovernmental coordination issues or disputes with private landowners? And I think the presenter had touched on it. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, would you like me to go ahead, or are we take the other hands?
Oh, can I come in, Chair? Or shall I wait for a response?
Come in.
Oh, okay. No, thank you very much, and thanks for actually the presentation from Breede. While substantial technical work has been undertaken by the housing development agency, including aerial imagery, verification processes, and engineering reports, the project progression remains significantly hampered by external factors and interdepartmental dependencies, such as securing private land agreements, resolving site ownership disputes, and obtaining essential data from municipal departments. These external elements introduce substantial uncertainty and risk to the project's overall timeline and successful implementation, underscoring the need for more robust collaboration mechanisms. Given that the Western Cape province was assigned the responsibility of consolidating inputs and drafting a presentation for the portfolio committee, but this presentation has not yet been received from the province. What specific actions will the National Department of Human Settlement take to ensure that the timely submission and improve accountability from the province, especially considering the portfolio committee's request for regular updates on this priority project? The last one, Chairperson, the report states that the project feasibility report for North Mandela Square, Aspet and Emakwaleni is nearing completion, pending the receipt of bulk infrastructure data from various municipal departments. What are the what are the identified risks associated with delays in obtaining this crucial data from municipal departments? And what proactive measures are being implemented to expedite this process and ensure that the PFR and 25? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Khakilwe.
Thank you, Chairperson, and let me welcome the presentation and the milestone taken. But I'm a bit worried, Chair, because without land, there is no human settlement. And in one of our meetings, there was an indication that there is land belonging to Public Works. The other one was for the Republic of South Africa and the privately owned land. The privately owned land, if available, not used, we've got a new act, expropriation. Now is the time that we start implementing it to go Western Cape so that we can have land. Land is there, especially that one that is owned by Public Works or by private people. As long as it is not used, it will be proper for that land to be taken to build human settlement for our community members. And then the other thing, Chair. No, I think I've covered everything. Thank you, Chair.
Hello, Chairperson. Hello, Chair. Can other members hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, we can.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, Ewan, what is happening, Chairperson? Mr. Paul, you can continue with your question.
I'll appoint myself as the acting chair.
I'm still looking for the chairperson.
Honorable Poole, can you continue with your question?
Police
Hello,
one?
Chairperson.
Chair is online now.
Yeah, Chairperson is just joined.
My apologies, network.
I already asked my questions.
Lower your hand, Mr. Poole.
Yes.
Mr. Pooh.
Yes.
Yes, continue.
I already asked my questions.
All right, thanks.
Lower your hand.
Honorable
Sorry.
Chairperson, is it my turn?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm driving, so please pardon me. Okay. Thank you. All right, Chairperson. Just thank you very much to the presenter. It's quite detailed and it gives us a lot of very good detailed technical information with regards to the state of preparedness of the municipality and the Department of Human Settlements. Chairperson, the presenter said that the owners of private land are quite cooperative. That's quite a broad statement. But of those parcels of land that are privately owned, are there any specific challenges that are being experienced with regards to those parcels of land being used for purposes of relocation, resettlement of people? I would imagine that, Chairperson, to the extent that the owners of parcels of land that are cooperative in respect of the Expropriation Act that my colleague, Honorable Kekakilwe, referenced, that would immediately invoke the just and equitable part of the Expropriation Act as opposed to nil compensation. That is where land may just be lying idle and, you know, the landlord effectively being absent for the longest period of time. So if they could kindly share with us the specific details with regards to this cooperative attitude on the part of the owners of land, and to the extent that this advances, or maybe even in some cases where there is no cooperation, retards the rolling out of this particular project. That's the first question. The second, Chairperson, relates to the part of the presentation where challenges have been raised with regards to people that may have not been on the register, the National Housing Needs Register, for a period of 3 years. I think that's what was said, and by implication, while those people may be resident there in that particular area where an upgrade is due to occur, they may be physically there, but from a legal administrative point of view, they may not be qualifying. So what's going to happen then? Of course, we've been given numbers of people without proper documentation, etc., and that's moved the number to below 500. That part is clear, but then the part about those that are legitimately South African and have not owned or have not benefited from the BNG, for example, processes before. What then happens while they may be resident there, but then do not qualify in respect of the 3-year window that was referenced? Thank you very much, Chairperson. And in the earlier presentation, we were told, I think it's quite a good innovation that enhances trust, that the councillor in the Strand area was kept in the loop in respect of developments, not only the city of Cape Town, but by the Human Settlements Department of the province. In this instance, do we have the same approach where the public representative or representatives in the areas affected are also kept in the loop? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Department, Western Cape.
Thank you very much. I think let me start with the last question. Is the councillor involved? The councillor is at almost every engagement. He organizes the loudspeakers. He is really committed to ensuring that this project moves forward. The HDA works very closely with the councillor. He's been there with them every step of the way. So that also does lend support to the team. We are, yeah, it's helped that the councillor has been with us for this period. I'm just going to go through some of your other questions, Honourable Member. You asked if there are challenges. Like I said, the Eastern Bypass may take away some of the pieces of land. There are here and there some environmental issues which will be unpacked in the Housing Master Plan. And there are some farmers, the small farmers that are there in a portion, from what I understand. Just my experience with previous projects, the small-scale farmers, informal farmers, it's been a very difficult process in terms of negotiating with them. So that will all be taken into account when the land is better assessed through the master plan. I hear the request for further information on the cooperation of landowners. I don't see that Mr. Mayeki from the municipality is in this meeting. Normally he is. I'm not sure if there's somebody else from the municipality here today. They would have more information on the engagements because it has also occurred municipal-led with the HDA. But if the municipality is not here, I will undertake to provide written inputs to the committee in terms of the negotiations that's been undertaken. In terms of the challenges for the 3 years, the persons that are on the database, for me, what we've done is we've got a multifaceted team. So the HDA is doing the beneficiary work, and they engage directly with our project and subsidy administration director, who also gets pulled into our project management meetings. So an issue isn't just getting parked. He's being asked, okay, what do we do for this? What do we do for that? One of the other issues, for example, that's come up that I didn't mention is that a lot of the people here are seasonal workers. So for a certain part of the year, they have fantastic salaries, and for the rest of the year, they have none. So if we go and screen them in a certain part of the year, they would not qualify for housing. So our subsidy administrative director is dealing with all of those things to ensure that there's fairness, that we're addressing the beneficiaries as per policy requirements. So we've got beneficiary allocations policies. These aren't challenges that haven't arisen in other projects, but we have our most senior people in the province dealing with the HDA on those specific issues as they come forward. So I hope that gives you a little bit of comfort that our issues with beneficiaries are not getting parked to hide. We are dealing with them, with the municipality daily. Even the councillor, sorry, I'm giving a lot of words here, has been very active in helping us. For example, in New Mandela Square, there's double occupancy. The challenge has been who actually is the owner of the site. And there's a community compact that's been negotiated with the municipality, through the municipality that gives solution to that. So there's constant engagement in that regard to help us get through the beneficiary issues. Maybe I haven't been on the project long enough, but I haven't been aware of Public Works and Republic of South Africa land. It wasn't brought through in this study. The land that was brought through was municipal land in different wards, and there were there were issues with those land parcels being in different wards, which is why we ended up with the 3 private land parcels right adjacent to the property. But I will again engage with the municipality because they would be aware if there is other properties that belongs to the Public Work and the Republic of South Africa. And we'll engage with the national department as well, because I think that there's a useful platform that's been created for us to engage on land issues with the national department. Then Honorable Gamedi, you raised a couple of issues on the work that's been taken, land acquisition being a challenge. Yes, you are 100% correct. It does introduce risk, because without the land, we need decanting space to continue, but negotiations are ongoing. It's as soon as we have what we need, an application will be put in to acquire the land. We are having these discussions, and we are discussing it with the Eastern Bypass team as well, to ensure that we are sure what is possible on the remainder portions of land once we've had an assessment. So the housing master plan will give us more detail. There is no reason, in my opinion, as I chair the task team, for me to doubt that the work's going to be delayed after October. There may be, there's still dependencies, there's this and that, but the data, the groundwork will have been done, and we will be able to at least say, this is what's needed, that is what needed. So there's been no indication that the HTA has met every single deadline, every single timeline that's been placed for this project. And as a collective with the municipality, the national department, we've held each other accountable to these dates. So there was a question about IGR earlier. In this case, if I have my experience in other projects, I would say that the IGR that's being undertaken to get this project off the ground is probably one of the best that I've seen in my 20 years in administration of projects. And Councillor Paul, I think I began to answer your question as well. There are land challenges, there are dependencies. We don't necessarily have all the answers now. The answers will come out through the master plan, and as we engage further with the transport infrastructure team in terms of the impact of the bypass. Things like how much of a road reserve is needed, how much of a I don't know, what do they call it? The barrier that you need between a road and a community. All of those things need to be considered. Then you asked about implementation, bulk infrastructure delays, etc. Again, we are working hand in hand with the municipality. For example, actually the provincial department's grant allocations advisory committee. So I also chair the task team, so I'm not going to allow that any applications that need to be presented at the Grant Allocations Advisory Committee isn't on the table if all the documentation is in. The province won't accept applications that are not ready, because then we just risk underspending. So we have firm criteria on what boxes need to be ticked before we will consider it at our Grant Advisory Committee. But again, the IGR environment for this particular project is strong. That's my inputs, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Honorable Tab, is it an old hand? I think it's a legacy hand. Thanks very much. I think we are done with the reports. Secretary?
Yes, Chair. That was the last presentation.
Okay. Thanks very much. DG, do you want to say something before I close it? Okay, before that, Honorable Gamede.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm glad I'm repeating this before the DG. Before you close, Chair, I really wish that DG can consider what I've proposed earlier. It's important on our side, because I like it when we meet in these meetings and have these constructive discussions, because the main aim is to make sure that we deliver adequacy to our houses, we bring security to our own people. So it's imperative for us to receive these documents prior to our meetings, and it must be given a gap. I think there was at some point we agreed that we must have at least 3 or more days so that we can be able to prepare ourselves. I think the list has but the secretary will also remember we said at least the latest by Friday, so that on the following Wednesdays, because our meetings normally take sit on Wednesdays. So to be able to liaise ourselves, because we've got even our constituency meeting, because we'll come to this meeting repeating one and the same thing which has already been clarified on the document without us knowing. And it's easy for me as someone who's representing certain people or my constituency, because I do not want this thing to turn into something very ugly, because I'll come with the frustration from our constituency raising that we are not saying things that are representing our views. We are now representing Tulan Kamete alone. So I don't want us to take those frustrations back to those people who should have given us reports, prior presentations prior to our meeting. I just wanted to emphasize that one on a very thank you very much.
Thank you very much. DG?
Not, Chair, thank you very much. I don't really have anything to add to the report. Thanks.
Chair, my apology. Chair.
Yes, Honorable Akilo.
Yes, before those, it's just an input regarding the reports we request, not the one Honorable Member Gamete is talking of, but in most of our meetings, we will be requesting a full-fledged report, and we don't get that. I've learned water and sanitation. We will request a report Tuesday. By Friday, we get those reports. That is all that I wanted to say, because when we go through our minutes, there is not even a single meeting where we did not request a fully fleshed report on what was presented, but we never received anything. If that thing can be corrected, Chair. Thank you.
Yes, Secretary, can you make follow-up? I think, honorable members, we are done with this report.
Okay, Chair.
Thanks very much to Camilla and your delegation from Western Cape, from the Metro. And thanks very much, DG and your delegation. We also want to thank the delegation from Gauteng Department of Human Settlement, led by the MEC, the requested to leave earlier. Delegation from City of Joburg, delegation from Tshwane municipality. Our petitioners also. I can promise that we'll create time to make sure that we interact with these things. Thanks very much. If you are ready to leave, you can. We're just dealing with the last item, which is minutes. Let's have minutes, Secretary. Can you scroll down? Scroll down. We're on page 1. Page 2. Page 3. The last page. These are the minutes. Any amendment to the minutes? Additions, subtractions, corrections? Honorable Kaikilo.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any amendment or a question, but it's just to indicate to what I've been saying. When we look at our committee recommendations, most of them, they requested reports. The first one was provincial reports to be shared with the committee for members to have effective engagement as presentation has limited information. And then we also requested update on the status quo of the fraud and corruption cases and what has been done about them. And then to submit a detailed report on the issuance of title deeds and the impact of Friday title deeds program.
Yeah,
those are
I
the
agree,
examples,
but
Chair.
it was not part of that way I understand. Remember, this was a meeting just to look at the adoption of the budget report. That meeting we held in the evening. But I understand what you are saying. Can I get a motion for the adoption? Honorable Kakile?
Chair, I moved for the adoption of the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I get a seconder? Can I get a seconder?
I second, Chair, for the motion of the
Chair,
adoption.
I do. Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you very much, Honorable Frenchman, Honorable Duterte. Any opposing view? Nothing. What's the next item, Secretary?
Chairperson, we are done now with today's meeting, but I would like to remind members about our visit to the Western Cape, George, Neisner, and Mosel Bay, that it has been approved. So we are busy with the preparations and logistics. So as soon as we get the tickets, we will inform the members. For now, we are only having one meeting next week, where we will be meeting with the Department of Military Veterans and the Free State. Thanks, Chair.
When? Is it on Wednesday?
On Wednesday, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks,
Very much. Thanks very much, honorable members, our support staff, the staff from the minister's office, DG and your delegation, like I said, and all our guests who were invited for this meeting. Thanks very much. The meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you, Chair.